and the Chief Justice and her group in trying to come up with what their recommendations are. And over the past couple weeks, I think we've really worked together to bring that collaboration ahead of this plan, which I knew that we were going to get to. And that's the reason why we had all those work sessions, in order for us to hear directly from the sources on what the real intent and the need was at the local level. So I hope I answered somewhat of your question. If not, I can go to, like you said, some of the individuals who have helped craft the legislation together. And one of the, I think the lead agent in this would be Miss Barbara. So I can go over to Miss Barbara right now to help explain more. Vice Chair Walker. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker. Vice Chair Walker, other delegates. First, I want to clarify that I was not one of the primary drafters of this legislation. That came from the President's office, but I have worked extensively with the Council on developing amendments, as you're aware. So the way this will work, I think the Speaker explained it well. This is this legislation was intended, at least a portion of this legislation was intended for immediate expenditures. Immediate expenditures out the door through the Health Command Center. In no way does this legislation limit future expenditures. Those future expenditures will need to fleshed out through expenditure plans. OMB is developing expenditure plan templates and expedited budget procedures. Speaker was correct that amendment number 2, Delegate Crotty's amendment, which passed, I think, 20-1, did remove the work group. So as Speaker said, now it will be the responsibility of the President, the Speaker, and the Chief Justice to jointly develop a expenditure plan. And so I'm sure there will be much negotiation there, whatever process is set up, but it will definitely be possible to include in the expenditure plan that the Speaker takes to negotiate with, to include expenditures reflecting the comments that delegates have received, the comments, the requests, etc. I hope that answered the question, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker, this is Thomas Walker again.
Vice Chair Walker.
Yeah, okay.
Vice Chair Walker.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Joseph, did Vice Chair Walker, what's his reserve time?
He has no reserve time, and he depleted his 5 minutes.
Vice Chair Walker, you don't have any more time. Colleagues, is there anybody who
Speaker,
some time to Vice Chair Walker?
Question of privilege.
Question of privilege. Right, Honorable James.
I want to thing, Speaker.
Yeah. Okay. Honorable James, go ahead. Honorable, hold on.
Speaker, it's another.
Honorable.
Yeah, it's another. Speaker.
Go ahead.
I'll give some time. I'll give my time to Honorable Thomas Walker.
What, Honorable James, what is your question of privilege?
Oh, that wasn't me that made the question of privilege.
Oh, okay. Honorable James.
I'll go ahead and yield my time. Yield my time to Honorable Thomas Walker.
Okay. So what is the time? 4
minutes, 56 seconds.
4 minutes, 56 seconds. Vice Chair Walker, you good with that?
Yes, I am. I appreciate the time, Honorable James. I just did not have another question. Okay, I think it's fair to ask our legislative council question on anticipated vetoes or line item vetoes on the bill that's before us this afternoon here, the 116. There are 4 amendments that were made by the Navajo Nation Council. So which are subject to the regular vetoes and then which are subject to line item vetoes? That question I have, or questions, it's based on the use of line item veto in the CMY-44-20, where there is a line item veto that was used, and there's a question on that from my colleagues, and I know we discussed this, and of course we also attempted to do an override related to those vetoes. So at this point, thinking, okay, I'd like to know which amendments are subject to which types of vetoes. If legislative council can answer that, really appreciate that. Speaker, can I reserve my time on borrowed time?
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, no, you cannot.
Okay, then that's that question there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Let me go back over to Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker Damon and Vice Chair Walker. The President's line item veto authority is limited to Section 4, Paragraph A, and the various expenditures, immediate expenditures listed thereunder. The regular veto, of course, you can always regular veto the whole legislation. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Speaker, clarification on the response, Dana's response. I asked which amendments were subject to which types of vetoes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. I hope I can get this comprehensive here. I believe that the ones that are going to be subject to line item veto are Delegate Eugene Stowe's bathroom additions and burnout assistance, Chairman Daniel Stowe's distribution to the fire department, Delegate Hino's distribution to the police department, and has Delegate Yellowhair made his amendments yet to police officers at Pinon?
No, not yet.
Okay, if so, that would be also subject to line item veto. Delegate Crotty's amendments would not be subject to line item veto.
And then, yes.
I think that's it. Those are today's amendments. From yesterday's amendments, I actually don't have all of yesterday's right in front of me, but 1 second. Yesterday's amendments that would be subject to line item veto would be Delegate Chairwoman Charles Newton's amendment for payroll expenses and Delegate Vince James' amendments for the chapters. I think I have them all. And all of those amendments end up in what was Section 4, Paragraph 8. Once it's all done, it will be Section 3, Paragraph 8. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Corbrough. That, colleagues, we'll go back to new player in the queue, Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Hastadnas nothing the mail so peso nature for the ebe neat and out children and how are we going to expend these? You say, Yego. Pansak testo haki la yego na hot iki a quiet peso today don't integration of care. There's some good amendments here, but the problem is Koroban Siskesho. Perhaps Dana can clarify some things here. Section 4, Bakage, down at D, failure to expend these funds by August 31st, 2020, shall result in such funds being redeposited into the Navajo Nation Cares Fund, Baka. Diko Mendelia Lango, what our base of the D. Ako. Do cho in cotin the ziggy August begit late hatin sakona yos castogo. Ahot ego. If this money is not spent on buying homes for burnouts or bathroom additions, it's going to be sent back to the nation's care funds. And I believe that based on all the information that we've gathered, water projects, electrical projects, what we're aiming for is to make sure that our people have running water. That is very important here. There's some good amendments here, but these amendments should have a separate legislation, just like the previous legislation that Honorable Damon introduced. Of course, like let's say if I wanted to sponsor legislation for all the water projects, and my brother Key Allen introduces a legislation for all the electrical lines, that's good. We could work with the water department, water resources. We could work with IHS, Roslyn, so everybody under this umbrella. A lot of it had been identified. We passed a legislation, TAA, Tribal Access Authorization. We only have up to July 31st if this passes. Dana, my question is, all that if we don't expend these funds, is that what it's saying? I reserve my time.
Thank you, Chairman Nez and Speaker. Yes, Chairman Ned, you are correct that the immediate expenditures that are included in 0116-20 in Section 4, there is a requirement that they be expended by August 31st. If they're not, those dollars will be returned to the Navajo Nation Cares Fund and be available for other expenditures. Now, that August 31st restriction applies only to these immediate expenditures. It does not apply to subsequent expenditure plans, such as you were just talking about, unless, of course, you choose to include that in those legislations. But generally, in those subsequent expenditure plans, you will have until December 30th as far as an expenditure date. Chairman and Speaker, I hope that addressed the question.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Barbara. I don't have anybody else in the queue right now. I can go back to reserve time. There's no new players. With that, Madam Chair, Amber Crowdy, 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues, sponsor and President S. I think for on the main motion, Speaker, on CMY 44-20, there was a directive for transparency, and I think it's important that the council keeps the executive programs accountable to build up that system. There's a lot of miscommunication. I'm looking at terms like working together or expediting or immediate release. But today in Budget and Finance meetings, we had a report, and it's disturbing to know that we have not only the CARES funding in our coffers, but we have additional money that's not being spent. And so there needs to be either, I know we're meeting weekly, but maybe an every other day that kind of ramps up to a daily briefing on how we are going to not only appropriate the money, but who's responsible for seeing the budget forms that money spent, and also then what are the consequences if this money is not used appropriately. We've all been impacted on this vicious virus who targets and attacks our community. It's just a wave of grief. So I want to maybe either get an update on where we're at with the transparency and ask the sponsor how he envisions this legislation to help with the effort of transparency, efficiency, and most importantly, accountability, so that our people know that no matter what, dollars that are allocated for them are getting out there. Now I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Every time at 46 seconds. That, we go back to Honorable Elmer Begay. I mean, not Honorable Elmer Begay. Sorry. I just not seeing your name on the board. Chairman Yazzie, sponsor. Question from Madam Chair Cardi.
Speaker, members of the council, that was one of the main points that we've had talked about when we started to listen on this bill, was the communication, was the working as a team, and trying to get the funds that are spent. And I know the president, I think he's listening, hope he is, but he indicated that it's going to have to be a working joint effort between all three branch governments. And so, as you know, my colleagues, this funding, there is deadlines going on. I mean, and that's the reason why it's really important that we need to start putting this $600 million into action as soon as possible. Having that thought, we don't want to see, any funding going back. Just like it was stated that there's water line projects, there's electricity projects. So this is going to be an area where we are actually going to see the president and the council and the chief justice. This is where we're going to have to prove to the people that we can work together. But in order to do that, my colleagues, we got to start somewhere, and that's by voting for the legislation. So we can start helping what is needed out there. And so that would be my response. President, if you're listening and you want to chime in, by all means. But it is going to be maybe history that we're going to see all three government branches working together. We have to, my colleagues. There's no doubt about it. And this, is going to be a task that we're going to have to start off. And so that would be my response, Speaker, sir.
Hey, thank you. That
Question of privilege.
Question of privilege by Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you. Since CMY 44-20 was mentioned a couple of times in the discussion on the main motion, I have a question to Legislative Council. In the discussion and in the debate on CMY, the override at Navikiyaskit, we discussed the fact that the line item veto only applies to the budget and supplemental appropriation, meaning those lines that have a dollar sign. But President vetoed legislative language. Line item vetoed legislative language. That, to me, is a violation of the line item veto authority. And my question to Legislative Council is, by failing to override that particular veto, is, and everybody, the general knowledge is nobody is above the law. But it is clearly, to me, a violation of that line item veto authority, as stated in Navajo Nation Code. By the council failing to override through 0130-20, is the Navajo Nation Council complicit in the violation of this Navajo Nation Code, meaning complicit as defined, involved with others in an illegal activity or wrongdoing.
So that is, could we have been complicit informally by not overriding that particular, by not getting the 16 votes on 0130-20? And because that particular line item veto on legislative language, we allowed it to go. Could the president line item veto the legislative language going forward on this particular 0116 as well as any other language in any other legislation for the balance of his term? That is my concern. That is my question of privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman So, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council. I am going to, my answers to you really should be in executive session. We've already talked about some options, but to really flesh this out with you, executive session would be better. But I will tell you, I feel like I can tell you that, no, I do not believe that council was complicit in the president's line item veto of the policy lines. Council, in the override veto, council was actually giving the, I think the president the benefit of the doubt that it really, and converting his line item veto into a regular veto, and that's attempting to override it. You know, the unfortunate issue in this veto, line item veto disputes applications is that there's no judicial evaluation of it. That is, of course, a possibility at some point in time. As far as what the president does going forward, I can't speak to that. I think that the majority of council, perhaps not 2/3, but definitely the majority has made an indication that while they do respect the president's line item veto authority, I think that was obvious from today's discussion. While they do respect that authority when properly applied, they don't wish to accept that authority when it is strays into what are legislative responsibilities. Once again, Chairman, so I hope I'm given the opportunity to discuss this more thoroughly in an executive session. Thank you.
Thank you. That, moving on down, player on the ball, Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I guess we have guidelines and so forth to move legislation forward, have some due dates and so forth. I really hope that the plans that were proposed is adhered to. When you look at a lot of these, what was presented in the original legislation, it's more, legislation was more geared to infuse the mother government, not the people. And it goes to my concept of me saying always on the floor. The world turns in the Winter Rock only. Not at the chapters, not in these communities out there. And I really hope that these dollars, as they're infused into the programs, get out to the communities. But with that, I guarantee you, you're just going to see the president's office just delivering food again, and displayed in a public manner that to me it looks like a re-election. So, this is what I see. I really hope that the dollars get out to the chapters where the chapters work directly with the people directly. They know their needs, whether it's in Shiprock or Low Mountain or Pinyon or Torion. The chapter but doesn't it low yet? Making it sound like the chapters can't do anything. It's up there. Reserve my time.
Speaker, I need to say something to you. Speak.
With that, reserve your time. What is time reserved at?
2 minutes, 53 seconds.
2 minutes, 53 seconds. Okay. Was that on by Elmer Begay?
Yes.
Right. This is the lineup I have right now. I have Honorable Stewart, then Honorable Elmer Begay, and then I'm going to go back to reserve time. Honorable Stewart.
Thank you, Speaker. Our colleagues, and the legislative staff and community members listening in. Hijab is not Angi, Kodogi Aya, Bantus Kit out Aya. We, as elected officials, elected leaders, Hashim Sogo Aya, Ide, Toshdoit Ini, Hashim Ne Lashi, Kut out Aya, Bijat has leaned like a Kondabelagana, Belagana, Bigachago Aya, COVID-19 Deshna, Ekut Abe Nietzsche, Okokwagi Aya. We have to remember that we need to come together, like we've stated, like President has stated, to bring both legislations together. It's not about being played as favoritism or doing our politics. It's for our people. For over an hour now. Families and they lost loved ones. We all know that from each of our communities, the extended communities that as leaders. We lost a police officer to this COVID-19. But here we are again. So Nishin Elashi email Nija Eliande. Look at they need and you could out if it's not so no. You could out once not a case to live. Nishi Ban today case though without a yape had this little agenda. We have to remember, what is gonna be in the purpose of it. How late out a be is the I thought this COVID-19 Washington then you could out to the info list that you don't need. I couldn't hit down a be not to go a we can only do the best that we can. Auto so art in his beta has in the later هذا شيء أي أيضا كتاب بيني هذا دي شيء كتاب إيش هذا دي بيفعل يي أي شيء أود لكان إبر بعض خليت أشيل اللي دودن وستلي أي أجوا إبر بعض نخيجوا أي ثاني هسبت هذا ده نخيجوا أي دي ناقلوش ده لنجي كيا لنجي أي أجوا أي هسبت هذا جنوب بعض أخويا دون جنوب إنن أي أجوا هسبت أي جنوب نخادا based on لنجي أي حاشين سقوا أي we're barely learning I think the deep and the we're barely learning how to use it. Professionals we're not going to use all of the 600 million. Let's do the best that we can. Legislative branch and the president, vice president, and then the judicial branch. In general, with our legislative council and our community. Let's put this together as what we agreed on and work with the divisions. We can, in the future, we can make an amendment, I'm sure, and we can make changes, I'm sure. We can bring it back. Say, I shall show you couldn't answer Bisnado. You could out it not do. Then it's she's not in general lesson. So could out speaking to former leaders, so could out they should yada here those agenda so it big audition should be not on the clinic and I the clinic and that's president Lineage so generally they destroy lesson from Arkansas has speech so just to reserve my time if there's any left.
That let me go back to almost later 3 minutes 40 seconds.
Speaker, I'd like to offer the amendment that was provided via email and have the Office of Legislative Services read it into the record. Reserve my time.
Every time at 3 minutes 37 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Council, Amendment to 0116-20, sponsored by Honorable Carl Slater. 1, page 6, delete lines 20 through 21 and 24 through 28 to update all cumulative totals set forth in the legislation to account for these amendments. 3, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary. And this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice that sponsored the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Hey, with that, can you send that out again, Tom? How long ago was it sent out?
Speaker, second, that motion.
Where, Tom, how long, Rico?
It's being re-emailed, Speaker.
Okay, I got it. Okay, we got it. Hey, colleagues, it was just sent out again. Thank you very much, Tom. And Rico. With that, motion on amendment by Honorable Carl Slater, second by Chairman Daniel. So, is that correct? Was that you, Chairman?
Yes.
Okay. That, colleagues, is there any questions on Honorable Slater's amendment? 1, twice.
Is Chairman Hino.
Chairman Hino, go ahead.
Okay, can you read it one more time? It's not coming through on my email. That's why I said. Reserve a second.
Reserve your time. Chairman Hino. 455. Chairman Hino, can you restate your question?
Could you read the amendment one more time for my clarification?
Okay.
The email. My email's not working here.
Okay. Ms. Platero, can you read it one more time?
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, amendment number 5, page 6, delete lines 20 through 21 and 24 through 28. Update all cumulative amounts set forth in the legislation to account for these amendments. Read number or read letters succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language containing any other committee amendment, but shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Pat, colleagues, any other comments, questions? One. Twice.
Vice Chair Smith has a question.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Yeah, Speaker, about sponsoring the Amendment 5. If I'm on the same page as what Vice Chair Slater is doing, line 20 and 21 is eliminating the PPEs. And then line 24 through 28, you're eliminating the payroll expense, and you're eliminating the government buildings to be disinfected, and also the reconfiguration of the offices. Is that what is being eliminated? And if that's being eliminated, then that expenditure should be less than what is showing up here, because you have $50,559,530.10. So you're taking away approximately 10, 20, 28 plus 3. That's about $33 million. Is that way that's being calculated? That's my question. I reserve my time.
Okay, with that, we go back to Honorable Slater.
Reserve my time.
I'll reserve your time. So what's the Vice Chair Smith's time?
3:55, Speaker.
3:55. That. Go back to you, Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater? Honorable Slater?
Speaker, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Thank you. I apologize. Vice Chair and Speaker, the purpose of the amendment is to remove duplicate appropriations that occur between 132 and 116. We've passed legislation 132-20, and that contains the appropriate levels of expenditure for those same purposes. And we therefore do not need to duplicate the expenditure within 116-20. An added advantage to 132 is that there is no requirement to expend it by August 31st. So even if there are reduced amounts, it's a starting point, and supplemental appropriations can be made determined on need. But I think we have a very strong response in 132, and it doesn't make sense to submit duplicate appropriations to the President. Therefore, I ask for your positive consideration and defer to the Office of Legislative Counsel regarding any further questions or details on the purpose and the deletions.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Dana, Legislative Counsel. What I would add to what Vice Chair Slater said in response to Vice Chair Smith's question is that if you look at Vice Chair Slater's amendments, look at number 2 on there, which states update all cumulative amounts set forth in the legislation to account for these amendments. That has been placed in most of the amendments today, so that numbers like the 50,559,000 can be adjusted once all of the amendments are made. Those cumulative adjustments will also take place in a couple of other areas, but it's impossible at this point to put in the final figure until all of the amendments are made. Thank you, Speaker and Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Barbara. Moving down. Any new comments on Amendment 5? There's none. Let me go back to reserve time. Chairman Nino, 4 minutes and 55 seconds. Chairman? Hello? Hello? Chairman Nino? Moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes and 55 seconds.
Well, thank you again, Speaker. I don't know or the 24th Council. That language in there under number 2, cumulative. So I take it that there's other deductions from the 50 million. Is that what Dana's talking about? Or is she just talking about what Vice Chair Slater is doing from reducing this down from 33 million, which would be 17 million? Is that the way I understand it? Or are we talking about other legislations, amendments that were put in that did take monies from this $50 million? Need a little clarification on that. Thank you. And I'll reserve my time.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Smith. It incorporates, that cumulative amount incorporates all of the amendments that have been made so far that change the 50 million number. You have some amendments who have increased that amount. That would include the Delegate James addition of the 55 million to chapters, $20 million addition to payroll expenses. So those amendments raised the amount of the 50 million. Delegate Slater's amendment reduces it. So we're going to come up with a different total when everything is added up. So it affects not only that section, that amount on section 4, line 18. It also affects amounts on, say, page 8, line 13, and there are some other places, page 9, line 6, and then also in the title as amended by the Budget and Finance Committee. So what that language in the various amendments is allowing Legislative Services and Legislative Council to do is once all the amendments are made, we will go back and correct those cumulative totals. I hope that clarifies. Thank you.
Mr. Henyo, back online.
Hey, that let me go back to Honorable Hino. 4 minutes and 55 seconds. Chairman Hino. Chairman Hino. We're going back. New player. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Speaker, is this on the main motion now? Or? Hello?
No, this is on Amendment 5.
No, I'm waiting for the main motion.
Okay. Let me go back to Chairman Hino.
Yes, thank you, Speaker David. I keep losing signal here. Delegate Slater for sponsoring the amendment, and then 24th Navajo Council. I was waiting for the reasoning behind it, and Delegate Slater, is avoiding duplication of services and everything. But my thinking is that with this money, we're not in budget saving mode. We're here to spend as much as we can on these services. So duplication is good. We have 50 million on one side and then 20 million on the other end. And that makes it even better where we come to disinfecting buildings. You don't only disinfect at once. There'll be multiple disinfecting of buildings. Is it? Is that? Anyway, so the more money we have to put towards PPEs, disinfecting, I think it feels better for the nation. We can spend as much money as we can in a short period of time. PPEs, we can use both funds to double the amount of PPEs that can be bought. We start limiting one and say, okay, let's take away from the other, then we're just shortchanging ourselves when it comes to those type of supplies. I believe that if we could, leave it the way it is from the Delegate Slater, and let's put more money into both, using both accounts. With that, I waive my time this vote, but maybe if Delegate Slater doesn't want to take it back, then I would have to vote red on this because I think we put all the money we can into this line item, both line items. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Vice Chair Smith, we'll go back to you. 3 minutes, 9 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker and Navajo Nation Council and those that are listening. I'd like to propose a change to this if the sponsoring would be willing to. Instead of slashing the whole PPEs at that amount, maybe drop it down to $2 million. And then in line 22 or 23, drop that down half of that, $5 million. And then payroll expense, I have no, I have nothing to really say on that one. And then the rest can be eliminated. Maybe the disinfection of the buildings could be at least 2.5 million, if all possible, on both of them. That's something that would be, because this is going to the Health Incident Command Center within the Department of Health. So if 8 million is a lot of money for PPEs, and if they could do the 2 million, and I'm sure there's a lot of donations, and then I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay. That Honorable Slater, as a motioning party, there's a request to modify from colleague Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. I think it's a noble compromise, but I guess I don't really agree with kind of the rationale between Delegate Tenyo and Smith, just in that, I think we always need to have our fiscal management hat on, and we need to be thinking about the prudent use of our resources. And if there's a duplication of services that's occurring, then we have an obligation to mitigate it from the outset if we know we're going to be creating it, or ameliorate it while it's occurring due to someone else's, putting that in place. It's not something I agree with now. I'd just rather get an up and down vote. I don't need to wax poetic on that.
Thank you. Looks to still stay with the same amendment. With that, then moving on down, new players on board. I have Honorable Halona and then Honorable Otto. So, Honorable Halona.
Thanks, Speaker. My colleagues on 24th Navajo Nation Council, and to all the people who are listening, good evening. I think we probably should not approve this amendment. I don't believe that. I follow Jamie Henio, Council Delegate Henio's thinking. We've already added so many amendments to this legislation that it's unreal. It seems like we're all running to Christmas. And we should be doing this kind of legislation later on when we after we get this plan together. We don't know right now that this legislation is going to pass. So I think we need to just leave it in and then work with it, because if it's going to expire at the end of August 30th, so be it. The money will revert back into the account. But I think we need to have our door open on both sides. So right now, I can't support this amendment. I think it needs to stay in there so that we can get a jump on this from both sides. So that's my opinion right there, and I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at. So let's say what's time?
3:36.
3:36. Okay, with that, moving on down, Honorable Otto. So.
Thank you very much. I see the rationale of what Honorable Slater is indicating regarding his amendment. Remember, guys, we have another about $4 million that's going through the another legislation related to PPEs and things like that. That's the $4 million that had been donated to the Navajo Nation through the GoFundMe account. Alcohol, I think that could make up the area that you guys are talking about relating to PPE and so forth. So there's legislation going through with the GoFundMe Navajo Nation, and we have another about $4 million over there that's that needs to be budgeted. So that is this my thinking of this of that matter. And then then 132 we did entertain some monies on that side. So you're sort of duplicating some services. So it is over there. But he's in hospital. Okay. Anyway, reserve my time.
Thank you, Honorable. So reserve your time at
3:23.
3:23. Reserve your time at 3:23. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else ready to speak on the queue. We go back to reserve time. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute and 50 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker and Vice Chair Slater, for this request for an amendment. As you well know, 132 is also going to be subject to veto. And if they do veto that, because this is slashed, then there's no PPEs for the Health Incident Command Center. That's why I was thinking at least give them $2 million, and the GoFundMe can match that other, and keep the PPEs, because that's very important. If we could just do the PPEs and forget the rest, leave it out, I'd be willing to vote for this. But if not, I'm not voting for it, because we're going to be making our employees out there subject to COVID-19. So I request maybe to reconsider that and see if that be an amendment just to slash out $2 million. The rest is okay with me. I reserve my time.
Vice Chair Smith, so the request to modify is to keep in $2 million for PPEs. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Thank you.
That reserve your time at 1:23. That request to modify. Honorable Slater.
Thank you. I completely understand the concern for our essential workers, for those who are on the front lines and risking their lives to save life. But I think that, again, if we've already appropriated according to what we believe is documented need, then that should be a sufficient amount and should take care of it. And I don't want us to be legislating with the fear of the political repercussions. The person who makes those decisions, who vetoes the legislation or line item vetoes it, is the one who's going to have to bear responsibility for those actions. And a big reason today why we don't have a figure on an estimate for PPEs that we can discuss is because there hasn't been one submitted by the executive branch that's comprehensive of the plan to either reopen government partially or expand PPE dispersal across our frontline workers. We've consistently heard at the Health, Education, Human Services Committee how myriad workers just do not receive PPE. And the claims from management or executive leadership or OPVP is that, oh, we know about it and it's there, whatever. You know, us making sure that the money is there, because we know there's money there. We gave them $4 million. There's other funding grants that have come in since then. There's other sources like the $4 million and the GoFundMe, et cetera. Those are at the disposal and could be used right now. But just leaving the money there isn't going to actually solve the issue of getting it to people. It's the willpower, the plan, and the ability to execute, which thus far I think we've seen mixed results in. So I, again, completely appreciate your point, Vice Chair Smith, and I think in purpose and heart we're in the same place, but I don't want us to be intimidated by misidentifying the issues to our employees and our citizens. Thank you.
I'm back.
Hello?
I'm back. Colleagues. I got kicked off. Sorry, I didn't hear the last portion. Honorable Slater, this is Speaker Damon. Is that was your request modified? Was it granted? Sorry, I got kicked off.
Does anyone care to restate my speech? I'm just kidding. Thank you, Shania, Speaker. I did not consent to the request to modify. Thank you.
Okay, all right. With that, then, moving on down. Honorable Helona, 3 minutes, 36 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, again, I just want to reiterate the fact that, here in the past, we already know that Mercy Management hasn't been able to expend all those funds and to provide the PPEs to all the chapters out there. We've been hearing that week after week. Meetings and our update meetings, that they're all asking, and they haven't been able to produce enough of those PPEs, equipment, cleaning supplies, and they just haven't been able to shell it out. So what makes us think that's going to happen now? They have that $1 million that Delegate Phil was talking about, and they're not prepared to supply all 110 chapters. So I think we just need to move forward with this legislation the way it's set, and not to take anything out from it no more, because again, like I said, that money is going to revert back anyway by August 30th if they don't spend it all. So we need to go both ways, especially when if we're gonna reopen our government. All the equipment stuff that needs to be purchased for the offices, the Window Rock and the Navajo Nation offices. It's going to take some time. It's going to take a lot more money than you think. There's a lot of things involved here with it. So I'm still saying that we should leave it in there, not bother with it, and let's move on. Because again, like I know that the thought about thinking about 132 not passing, it is a big possibility. We don't know that, and I'm not trying to say hold anybody hostage over that, but it's a possibility that we need to plan for now, because we're just going to be running through it again later on if we don't let this go through the way it is. So with that, I'm going to have to vote no on this. I think everybody else needs to look at it really well and think about it. We just need to move forward right now. We're spending too much time on putting all these amendments into this legislation. We still have to sit down again afterwards and put our expenditure plan together, a real good expenditure plan. That's the reason why I voted red on that funding for the bathroom additions and the housings and stuff like that. It was just a rush deal, because in my community alone, I have 40 houses that need bathroom additions, and that's just one community. Not to mention the next one up the road, they want 30 again, and that money that we approved is only approved for 165 houses. And I think $45,000 a house is a little bit too much. I think we could do it better than that. But we just need to plan better. We need to end this now and move forward and get this legislation started so that we can start a real good expenditure plan. It's going to serve the whole Navajo Nation. Thank you very much, Speaker. Reserve my time.
Every time at 4 seconds. Went on down. Honorable Otto So. 3 minutes and 23 seconds.
I'll be quick. We already appropriated the monies on the other side relating to that issue. And okay. We need to get some monies out, so forth. So let's move forth and take it to a vote. So, motion to cease debate and let's go moving. Vote on it. Where's my time?
Second, all the good.
That, let me see if you waive your time, we just go down to Vice Chair Smith and waive his time, 1:23. Are you good, Vice Chair?
That wasn't my phone. Yes, all good. Wait my time.
Okay. That, Honorable Helena, 4 seconds, good? Waiving it? Honorable Helena?
Speaker, question of privilege.
Honorable Helena? Question of privilege by Honorable Elmer Begay.
Okay, thanks, Speaker. Can you hear me? Speaker, I'm back
Question
now.
of privilege.
I lost
Honorable Elmer Begay,
connection there.
question of privilege.
Okay, question of privilege. Dana, since we're on the cumulative amendment, if we can do that to be accurate, I think this morning during the BNF meeting, we got a report from the controller saying that there was deposit already made now for $86 million and $354,000 for one, and then the second one is $27 million again, and which total up to plus the $600 million, so it totals up to $714 million, $189,000, $631.47. Then on the other side was the programs, like even the Department of Health and the amount that COVID-19 received for the program is $13 million. So does that mean that we have to all add all these up and put it in that legislation? If we can do that, that's my question to Dana.
Speaker, point of order. Can you ask a question of privilege on a non-relevant matter to the amendment?
Question of privilege. Let me go to your question of privilege first. Ms. Barbara. Honorable Slater first.
Thank you. Yes, the question of privilege should relate to an amendment or a motion that is being discussed. I viewed Delegate Begay's question as actually being related to this current amendment, because this amendment does talk about adjusting the cumulative amount. So let me just very quickly state that when we're talking about adjusting cumulative amounts, we're talking about the amounts that are in this legislation, and this legislation, as well as CMY 4420, deal with all receipt of funds under Title V of the CARES Fund. So it's not just the original amount, but the future amount. So I hope that helps clarify. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. With that, back to Honorable Lona. Request to close out this discussion. There was a motion to cease debate, but you're the only one that's holding on the motion for debate with 4 seconds. Honorable Ona, you get to waive that?
Yes, Speaker, I'd like to waive that. Let's go ahead and get to the vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, go to the vote on Amendment 5. Bobby, on the horn.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Okay. Get Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Remus Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Remus Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otoso.
Green.
Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes red through text. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker with a vote of 11 yeas.
This is Delegate Wanika. I vote red.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes red.
Honorable, can you call Honorable Keon Begay again?
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Keon votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, with a vote of 12 yeas and 8 nays.
Hey, with that, colleagues, Amendment 5 carries with 12 in favor, 8 opposed. Speaker not voting.
Whoa.
Moving on. Hello? Hey, with that, moving on. Honorable Elmer Begay, on the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me? Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the work that we're doing. I know it's a very critical, and then at this moment too. But receiving a lot of texts and receiving a lot of emails and people coming by and asking us to work together and continue that, and to hurry up and to start spending the money. So that's what the whole everything is about ever since we started working on it. And there's a lot of chances. To me, there's a lot of opportunity that came around to work together. But I guess our ego, the one that the emotion came through. But I hope it doesn't happen. Because from here on, that's something that I think about it every day, and then sometimes not spending money, and people are frustrated, telling us that the Navajo Nation, we don't know how to spend money. Just give it back to government. Even those kind of text message keeps coming up. So it's a shame to be a leader to work like that. But I'm here to use it as where it is very needed, and we're all hoping that we all pray for that too. That somewhere we could use it a very meaningful way, and where it is needed today, and we will use it like that. This money, this funding. So that's one thing that I think about it. But the most important thing today I think about it is that being on BNF, we gave $4 million and $25,000 to the chapter as emergency. Today, like I said, that my chapter and TISO chapter, they ran out their money. They used the money real fast. It's like they use it as emergency. But these other chapters, like I said, that they're being controlled. Non-certified are being controlled by the Division of Community Development. Today, it's really down. People hearing that the southwest part of the reservation, we go through this drought, and we have no water right now. So, like right now, we're still open for these people to come around to get their water before it gets back to 8 o'clock. So, tomorrow it's going to be closed. So people are really running around for water. To see that, I think that if you could come out and look at it, you actually see that. So, but that's the one thing that I really think about it, to use that money that towards the water. But my thing about it is that this money is very that I think that we should still use it towards the water, and then the infrastructures, and as far as internet, and then also for parliament expense. Right now, that we already know that we got a report from IHS. They have $182 million. They already have their how many septic tank and how water pump, temporary and permanent water pumps they're going to install, and we're doing our best. We have our own. They call it dig deep water. They're installing septic tank for us. There's a chapter from here. They went into a non-profit organization. They invited them. They're helping us with septic tank and system tank installation here. So we're working very closely with IHS right now. So by that, I think my question was right now. I really wanted to have an answer is right now with this 2-branch legislative and also executive branch calling that a large then a large that if they're into this struggle of power and over money, if it's like that, when does the judicial come in? I asked that question, utilizing to lay out what does this really mean, and theirs is a large what does it really mean? So from that, I didn't get any answer from it. Under Rochelle, she didn't say much about it. Just that they use all this and combine it with. I said that's not what I was looking for. So today, even that, I guess we don't know what or the net fundamental law is all about. If you could lay it down, it would have the respect of each other's authority. So I think we need to exercise more with this. The next lecture, the talk is not. I think that will be. It really outlines what our responsibility, our authority is. Go back to that point. So I think, Speaker, I really request that again to Madam Chief Justice to explain that there's 3 judges there, and there's nothing that explaining that when these things happen, when the struggles between the power. I thought they would not to be on either side. I thought that they're supposed to come in and say this is the way these how these separation of powers, shared government, in the Navajo way of thought and speaking. I would thought that there was reasons why we have that. I thought there was a reason why we have a peacemaking courts.
Well, Miguel, your time's up.
Okay, so that's what, Speaker, my last is I don't know how to request that, see if they could put it in writing to lay that out with the way of understanding. Thank you, Speaker.
Do you have something in writing, or do you have something in reference to Office of Legislative Counsel that they can start working on something, or Honorable Elmer Begay? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Am I still on? Can people hear me?
Yes, Speaker. Yes, Speaker. We need to move on, Speaker. It's already 7 o'clock.
I'm still here, El Guapo.
Elmer Begay. Let me come back to you, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay, do you have anything in writing to work?
No, I can write in law.
Boo. All right. With that, let me go on with. Oh shoot. We have a new player, Chairman Ned.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Council, and everybody that's listening.
we really debated this issue. We have some amendments here, and I believe that I'm sure some of it will be vetoed. Now, we received $600 million and now some more money. Between the two legislations, 115 and 116, perhaps what we should have done was divided in half, 300 million for legislation 115 and 300 million for 116, and really work forward in helping our dear Navajo people. Like I said, Lako, Shohol needs in Ligidon Habohonet Sada. Kala even Yen Hinan Shkono, but Nabkiat Hito, there's Ani Hatal. And the Tahit Ashin Hodon, Nikigate Ashin Bahador, just the laugh at the end. Hadan Hisi, then Hins, Nihan, I Hodat, Rohoda Hitan. They should have been Ani Nanchin. Chateau Hajo Hastelia Shin hidden Harchin Yen Harahanzanda. Hudela Arab of the sea Cleon, which will happen. We're not going to make it perfect. That's what we do in government. We debate. Satanan let it had a hate seat. Oh, hate Ashin Shikaho had on Nisto should I Shikado at a dish later on it since it's all okay, it's good. But all I can't ask the Sato the Kanana Stike. Equal Aro legislation CMY 4420. Wait, Ashin Kro. The Chigo that is a Heke Ayon Hek Hot Ashin Aita Sato that seals the door. Hit Ashin crime committed Lan Halabenan Hitan. The Ahut Ab has Ani Hatatel Ocean Reda, the Wild G's. Eskedan Reda, it and Abba Washington, the Hot Ahatat Eda, a Tanshet and Hit Ashin, the Nahat Up and Sake, Hajo. Tahadusano, Arolayan, the Anda, so that just had a notch Italier, the Dabishim, the Hashken, so the Corol legislation 116-20, Shiobe Ladi legislation, and I guess a loan of Yasil Tito, Crochet. Neither Lesto, Hajoshin, Coron hidden hate Ocean Pace of a Hoda, Nesto, Bepa, Hayaniki, 8 eggs, Patate, a conde, Anne, and Hin Russian, and yeah, let's just vote on this legislation at this time. Thank you very much, and I'll reserve my time.
Second the motion.
Second, Speaker.
Second that motion.
Was that a request?
Yes, I'll make a motion to cease debate.
I second that motion. Delegate James, second.
Colleagues, there's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 amendments on this. On the main motion, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13 individuals who have spoken. We have been on this legislation for more than 2 hours. So this has been a healthy debate, and with that, recognizing a ceased debate, there's numerous individuals. So, Chairman Nez, I'll go ahead and recognize your ceased debate. Second by Honorable Vince James.
Speaker, could you just ask who has reserved time, and maybe we can just yield without a vote. Thank you.
Right. Well, that's what I was going to do right now, Madam Chair. Like I've done before. There's The next one that was in motion to speak was Madam Chair Charles Newton. You waive your time, Madam Chair?
No, I don't, Speaker.
Okay. That, recognizing that Madam Chair doesn't want to cease debate, the debate will still continue. So I still stand in recognizing Chairman Nez's cease debate, second by Honorable James. That there is 20 individuals that were on the last vote. So again, I think that's 14, right, Mr. Botero, that would have to vote in order for us to cease debate.
Mr. Speaker, 14.
14. Okay, with that, no debating on the motion. Go to the board, Bobby. On the horn.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Is this on cease debate? Quick question.
Yes.
Red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Every delegate has a right to debate. I vote red.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Holona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Holona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hino.
Now, Hino votes green.
Honorable Jamie Hino votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otoso.
Red.
Honorable Otoso votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Eugene So votes red.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Charlene So. And Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, with the vote of 11 yeas and 9 nays.
Hello? Speaker? Hello?
Oh, I got kicked off. Bobby?
Yes. I think Jimmy Yellowhair. Is Jimmy Yellowhair?
Yellow hair?
No. Okay, it'll be with the vote of 11 yeas and 9 nays. I'm sorry, correction. 11 yeas and 9 nays.
Okay. That then, 11 in favor, 9 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion fails. That back to the main motion. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, you are up.
Thank you, Tilla. Audit to my colleagues. Thank you for allowing me the time.
Speaker, point of order.
What point of order? Chairman Henio.
I thought I heard 11 yeas means green and 9 red. Can you restate the vote, please?
11 in favor, 9 opposed, and Speaker not voting. Motion failed.
This is a motion to cease debate, Speaker.
Yes, the motion to cease debate is.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Motion to cease debate is
Speaker.
for.
I apologize, Speaker. I apologize. Let's go forward.
Okay. Back to the main motion. Honorable Eugene Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Again, Speaker, audit to my colleagues. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I did, give everyone the chance to say what they needed to say. But looking over the legislation, and granted, it is very confusing at this point because of all of the amendments that have been done, and we have been requesting for a clean copy, but we haven't received that yet. The one thing that I've noticed that in this legislation is judicial is not part of this. And so it just, to me, like contradicts this whole argument that we are working together. And I've stated it before on the floor, and I'll state it again, that we are a 3-branch government. We have money that is going out, but there's none being that is going through judicial branch. And it's really sad that we did at one point give them money, but it was vetoed by the president. And to date, the judicial branch has not received any money, and they have not been included in this immediate funds to be dispersed. Now, I know that that there are, debates about whether judicial should be included in this or not, but it's just really sad, to see that the argument being made is that we're continuing to let our people suffer by continuing to debate this bill. But that's my job, is to advocate. I gave you all the floor to advocate. And it's just really, sad to see these text messages coming from my colleagues right now, talking about, it's for the people. Yes, it's for the people. The judicial branch is part of that. They are people. And the people that they serve are the crimes that are being committed right now in our communities. As my sister, Honorable Amber Crotty, stated before, unfortunately, crime doesn't stop because of this pandemic. We've even heard our police officers state the same effect. So our officers are doing what they can to address these issues, and judicial is part of that. Judicial is hearing the cases, and they're moving forward. And right now, they have no money to be able to offer the services to our people so that our people can have justice. And so with that, I'd like to make an amendment to add in this legislation, and it's just really simple. For judicial to receive $5 million. Kristen, if you could send out that email, if not already, with that amendment. I think that we do need to include judicial in this immediate funds, again, because they have come before us and they have stated that they are in need of money. And I understand where Honorable Elmer Begay is coming from in his questions. And I understand where judicial is coming from, and the reasons why they are not advocating hard at this point is because there's so much issues that are happening with this legislation that they have to remain neutral. And so as chair of Law and Order Committee, it's my job to advocate for them and to ensure that they receive the monies that they need to offer the services to the people, especially because some of these services involve family services. Some of these services involve those regarding criminal acts, and then also the curfew violations that are currently coming in through the system. So with that, I am requesting for this amendment. I am motioning to amend this legislation one more time. And again, this is our responsibility as legislators to amend. I know that at the federal level, they debate well into the night. And, you know, with this CARES Act, I would rather be safe in ensuring that the money is going out to where it needs to go and making sure that we have the proper protocols in place than having this money revert back to the pot and have it just. But I can tell you now, and judicial has come before us, that we do need to give them some funds. Again, the funds that we technically we voted on at one point to give them money, they don't have the money to move forward right now. Our courts need of electronic equipment to do teleconferencing. Our courts are in desperate need of assisting our people to rightly serve them with court orders and with cases that are currently pending. And they cannot do this if we continue to not give them money. They are the third branch of government. And again, my responsibility as chair for Law and Order Committee is to ensure that they are covered during this time. I hope that you can consider this amendment. It is very straightforward. It's giving them $5 million. And I am asking that the August 31st deadline that President had put into his legislation be waived at this time so that the court can catch up. Because again, they have not received any money since this whole pandemic began. And a lot of them are running on equipment that is past their lifespan. And we owe it to the third branch of government to give them some money. So I'm hoping it'll be a quick vote. It's just a yes or a no to the judicial branch the money that they need. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve the rest of my time.
Delegate Jane seconds the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have not received that amendment yet. Tom, can you send it out, or Manny? Madam Chair, just to let you know that you did use up your 5 minutes.
That's fine, Speaker. Thank you. I did make my motion and it was seconded.
I just need to get it read into the record and send it out to everyone. Taro, Rico.
Mr. Speaker, I can read it into the record.
Go ahead.
Amendment number 6, page 7, line 11, insert new subparagraph as follows. _9, distribution of $5 million to the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch to combat its COVID-19 response. This distribution is not subject to the time frame restriction in paragraph D below. End of underline. Page 6, line 18, update $50,559,530.10 to account for this amendment and any previous or subsequent amendment. Page 8, line 13, and page 9, line 6, revise $550 million to account for this amendment and any previous or subsequent amendments as applicable. For all cumulative numerical amounts shall be reconciled by the Office of Legislative Services working in conjunction with
the office of Legislative Counsel before this resolution is certified by the Speaker. Read number, read letter, succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly, if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker, and I also sent this out.
Thank you. That we have a motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton, second by Honorable Vince James. Comments, questions? One.
Chairman
Inyo.
Thank you.
Go ahead. 5 minutes on the
Thank you,
board.
Cecilia. Okay, thank you, Cecilia, for letting me speak out of to David, Delegate Charles Newton, for speaking of the judicial branch. Through all this debate and everything, I can't find today, so we forgot about Shema, Chief Justice Joanne Jane. And so that's a good amendment. I support it. Hopefully, with this $5 million, it'll balance out what was voted on previously, the amendment number 5, this afraid that if President Nez decides to veto the $20 million, we shortchanged our Navajo programs, and we deleted the language in this amendment. But with this amendment, I support it. We should vote on it, and they could use that for disinfecting the courtroom buildings, for PPEs for their program, equipment to mitigate COVID-19. But so with this, I do support it. The colleagues, let's vote on it quickly so we can move forward. Speaker Damon, and now wait the rest of my time. I'm ready to vote on this amendment.
With that, any other comments, questions? Other comments, questions? Going once? Going twice?
Speaker, can I give a comment? Speaker, this is Delegate Brigade.
Honorable Albert Brigade.
Speaker, can you hear me now? Speaker, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I wanted to know that if the motion party onto this one, if we could, I'm talking towards the comment that made by Eugenia Mainoli, that she could add more money to their amendment. And I think that's really we're having problems here with Dalcon chapter, is that the Justice Center, that we need more money for electronic equipment that is needed to hold video hearings. And we need ones that are reliable and innovative equipment. They need equipment to process motions right now electronically. And if we could get this electronic stuff, then we could, to alleviate people coming into courts physically. I think that there's a lot of, right now, there's, like I said, the increase of crimes, which we saw that now, like it's burning people's home and going to people's homes that are negative, now beginning to be positive. So I think this is very important that there's an increase of crimes and drugs and alcohol activities that's going on. So the Speaker, can we ask to distribute more money in there for these kind of equipment to do the video hearings? Speaker, thank you.
Madam Chair Charlton, we'll go back to you.
Speaker. So the $5 billion is just for immediate expenditure, and so we're going to still have time to develop the plan through the expenditure plan. The $5 million is to help the courts right now, hopefully to help them catch up these last few months with their equipment, and then also to help them through hopefully the next couple of months or maybe even the next month. But we still have time to put that all together. Again, the $5 million is just to assist them because they have not received any money since this whole thing began. This whole thing started in March, so they didn't get money for March, April, May, June. We're in 4 months now. And the $5 million is just to hopefully get them caught up and to help maybe assist at least for the
$5
next
million
month.
is a lot of money. $5 million. Hello, Speaker.
Thank you. That, moving on down. Honorable Carl Slater.
Here, I just received an email with an amendment from Delegate Elmer Begay, and my request to Delegate Begay and Delegate Charles Newton is if those two could be combined into one vote and one amendment. So you don't have to go through and vote again. It's regarding the request to the judicial branch. And reserve my time.
Speaker, does Delegate Begay
Can I make a comment? 35. That, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, the request to modify, and this is what it says. Page 10, line 23, insert a new subparagraph as follows. New C, the judicial branch shall provide guidance as to the Dene way of thinking and speaking in regards to the separation of power within the Navajo Nation government. The judicial branch shall use examples and scenarios to illustrate its guidance. Renumbering and relating succeeding paragraphs and sections accordingly. And this amendment shall supersede the language contained in other committee amendments, which shall be conformed to the intent of language or to the amendment. The Office of Legislative Services will notice the sponsor of the legislation is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Madam Chair, question modify.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Speaker. So in regards to the amendment offered by Shanella, I think it changes the intent. As I stated already, I was hoping that this would just be a very clear amendment to 116, just giving $5 million to the judicial branch and then removing that August 31st deadline because we haven't given them any money. So I think that Honorable Elmer Begay's amendment sounds like that could technically be a directive coming from Law and Order Committee, and we could share that with Council. It sounds like it's a separate, it sounds more like a directive to me, and I respect the language and I respect what Honorable Begay is asking for, but I think it's separate from this issue. So I'm going to stick to my original amendment as is.
Hey,
Speaker, can I say something again? Can I respond or add to that?
No time, no. Honorable Elmer Begay, I don't know if you didn't reserve your time.
But
on Amendment 6.
So I don't have time?
No, you don't have time, Honorable Elmer Begay. That on Amendment 6. I don't have anybody else in the queue.
Hello,
back to reserve time. Honorable Freeland, is that you?
Yes, sir. Loud and proud,
hey.
Speaker.
Honorable Freeland, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Oshata. Deja, thank you for this very important event. I do support it as well. But my question is $5 million enough? Considering how many judicial districts we have, they want to make sure that everything is adequate and, they have proper PPE, they're buying hand sanitizer, they're doing everything that they can to protect the employees of the judicial branch. So that's my question. I don't know if I can ask for an increase, maybe a line of credit. But, hey, I just wanted to ask if that's going to be sufficient enough. I'm thinking even $10 million. Would that even be a consideration? Thank you. I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 4:15. Madam Chair, Charles Newton again has a second request to modify the increase.
Vote second for that.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
I'm open to increasing that amount. I just thought the $5 million would be enough to be able to again help assist with what they have not received. Again, we did at one time vote, all of us delegates voted to give the judicial branch, I can't remember exactly how much it was, but we did try to give them some money, and it was vetoed. And they don't have any money. And the thing that worries me is there's still all these cases that are building up at this point. And, many of the people are not receiving the just services that they deserve with their cases. So there is a lot of concern for that. And also the fact that, again, they haven't received any money. Many of them are continuing to work without PPE gear. They still have their equipment that's about 7 or 8 years old, which is past its lifespan. And we've been debating about, assisting our people. But at the same time, I don't see how we can assist our people when cases are building up at the court, and many of them are waiting for some type of I guess hear an opinion from the court that's going to assist them. Some of these people are applying for domestic violence protection orders, and because many of the judges don't have the equipment, some of them are having to come into work. And so you're right, Honorable Freeland, they don't have the PPE gear at this point because they have no money. So I'm hoping, again, that this is just a clean legislation, and if you want to increase that amount, I'll be open to however amount you think is right for them. I think 10 million may be enough for them to be able to disinfect their buildings, to buy the PPE gear that they need, and to at least upgrade on some of their equipment that they have there. And the big thing is so that they can put that up and be able to ensure that if they are requiring people to come in and conduct hearings, that those plexiglasses are in place. Or if they're going to do I think it's like a teleconference type of hearing, that's something that they can also handle as well. Thank you. Somebody's not muted.
So you're increasing it to 12 million, Madam Chair?
Well, I'm open
10 million.
for 10 million. 10 million, yes.
Okay, so the legislation amendment would change, Mr. Rico and Tom, distribution of instead of 5 million, be 10 million to the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch to combat COVID-19 response. Honorable James, good with that?
Delegate James.
Delegate James, good?
Yes, I am good with it, and then increase legislators as well.
Kidding. Hey, that. Vote. 10 million. That. New player, Honorable Paul Brigade.
Thank you, Staff Speaker, colleagues. Thank you for that amendment. I think we need to help out the judicial branch, but we need to also add legislative branch and executive branch now. Since we're all wanting to spend money now, while the president is still sitting there with his pen in hand, ready to veto. The judicial branch could have very well just asked for some funding, money. When all three branches come together and say, let's use this money like this. But they will use it on next hotel today. Say, judicial branch. I didn't hear that they need us asking for funding. It's gonna. I still have this worry. I still am afraid that the president will veto, and we're just gonna retract ourselves, going around in circles. 2 more weeks from now, we'll be sitting here again talking about the same thing, while our people are still waiting for ESA to start combating this deadly virus. The never that case, we are wasting time. This money can be decided upon when the three branches come together. Let's talk about it then. There is a big chance that the president will veto some of this stuff, and we're going to end up going the same path again within the next week or so. Just a reminder. I'm sitting here just worried about it. Thank you.
Question of privilege. This is Delegate Cotty.
Question of privilege. Madam Chair Cotty. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I appreciate the. My question is, can you give us what was the update from the Office of Government Development regarding the referendum on the presidential line item veto? If I could get an update, thank you.
Madam Chair, an update on the president's line item veto? You mean the memo that they sent out?
Speaker, they had a meeting today, so I wasn't able to get on because we're on council. But I saw a resolution to address the line item veto. I'd like to get an update on that. Thank you.
Okay. Staff, if you could obtain that information as soon as you get that, you can all have staff reiterate what that is. That, colleagues, let's see here.
Can you hear speak?
Honorable colleagues, I do have Chairman Nez and then Honorable Yellow Hair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Council, and everybody listening. Today, the Honorable Charles Moon, you have a good amendment, but I would say that under Section 4, numerous occasions, it's written, it's already written there. Personnel protective equipment for Navajo Nation government employees. Number 4, disinfection, government buildings, Nabaka. That's talking to all 3 branches. And the safe return of government employees, Nabaka, number 5. So I would think that it's already written in there. If we should have a judicial branch written in there exclusively, perhaps the executive branch needs to have a place in there as well as legislative branch. So I see that it's already written in there as Navajo Nation government employees, PPEs, the Baka. Of course, I thought Baka. To me, it's already written in there. So I don't think there's any need to kind of put judicial branch in there by itself. So thank you very much. I reserve my time.
Thank you. Chairman Nez, reserve time at 3 minutes and 23 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Yes, thank you very much, Shumayaja, Chair, Honorable Charles Newton. Yeah, I'm not about that. Did $5 million that is just sufficient for judicial branch. Computer is not that much to use the $5 million because judicial, they're already on the computer technician. They already had it. They use that one when they're just like Pinion. They use that one. I think they still use it. When judge comes around, the videos, they use that one and they do that live. But they just need to have an outdated, compatible computer. And $5 million is a lot of money for judicial. I know that. So $5 million can be used Delcon too. Oh, you best the global that is I think she called $5 million. That's good enough because we got to spend the money. If we not do things right, we never want to even spend the money. If we touch not on it, share to Craig about the just kids or Dini. I don't. When you not stand up, she got that all the my colleagues. $5 million deal, yeah, is job on kids on English, my other bigger. None such a honorable Nazi had the PPE, they're already made in there, so we shall spend for all the 3 branch. Yeah, I wait my time. Thank you, Chair, Speaker.
Thank you. Moving on down. Anybody else in the queue? Go back to reserve time. Almost later.
Thank you. I think it's important to support this amendment. Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you.
4 minutes and 35 seconds.
I think it's critical that we support this amendment, and this branch has historically been left out of appropriations, and I think rightfully many feel like a stepchild within our government. So at a time when we're identifying our priorities as a nation, we need to affirm that the legislative branch, the executive branch, and especially the judicial branch are co-equal and vital to the functioning of our government. At this time, we need to emphasize that, and setting aside this funding will demonstrate it. So I ask for my colleagues' support and waive the rest of my time.
Waiving the rest of your time. Honorable Freeland, 4 minutes, 15 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I really appreciate the stage accepting or modifying the request. But the reason why I mentioned this is because, we look at the current situation of the issuance of PPEs right now. Not everyone is getting PPEs out of the, I hate to say it, the HCOC. They're stagnant. Now, if we give that authority or that ability to judicial branch, they can establish their own.
You need to play.
I'm sorry. They can establish their own logistics, their own staging area, and then create to disseminate to the districts. So they have that option too. I don't think we should, hold them to, what HCOC says. I don't know if that's correct to say, but if they're able to hire people to disinfect their buildings themselves too, let them do that. I'm sure they have capable individuals that can take the CMS various levels of courses and pass them, the 100 and the 700 levels, and get those done. So that's the reason why I support this amendment. Speaker, with that, I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Hey, every time at 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Jimenez. Oh, he waived the time. No, actually, 3 minutes, 23 seconds. Jimenez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Council. And I would like to just say on the amendment, it states that judicial branch to combat its COVID-19 response. Of course, judicial branch, are they the only ones that are going to survive combating COVID-19? Executive branch, that's it, the legislature, that's it, what are we doing? Are we combating it? Of course we are. That's how it's written. It's written that way. It's already there. Number 1, under Section 4, TPEs, Navajo Nation government employees. It talks to all 3 branch governments. And that's disinfection, government buildings. Aja, Hashkeja, Aja, Isna, Kohobesoro, and the safe return. It doesn't just say executive or legislative. We're not leaving out judicial. It's already there. We're all government. They are government employees, government buildings. I don't think we need to have this amendment. I really don't think so. I'm okay with just voting red and say, PPEs, let's look at this carefully, the way it's written. They're not the only ones combating COVID-19. That's what we're doing, all of us. This is what it's saying here is everybody. The way you had judicial branch, I'm not talking against them. It's already here. It's written. Thank you. God bless you. I reserve my time.
Thank you. Chairman Nez, 22 seconds. I don't have any new players. We go back to Honorable Madam Chair Charles Zoon. I think Honorable Mark Freeland had a question.
Thank you, Speaker. So my understanding Speaker, why don't you let Honorable Eugene So ask the question, and then I can come back and answer your question.
Honorable Eugene So, go ahead and declare.
A question I'm still thinking about the vote that we made to cease debate. I voted red, saying I don't want cease debate, and I thought the green one is all saying they want to cease debate. I mean, yeah, I vote red not to cease debate, and the people that voted green is to cease debate. I wonder which one won. That's my question.
Oh my gosh.
Alex, if we could keep trying to keep it on mute. There was 11 in favor to cease debate, 9 in favor to oppose it, and the speaker not voting. And in order to cease debate, you have to have at least 2/3 of the majority of the voting members present in order for them to see, in order for us to cease debate. So we needed, or if you were going to cease debate, you would have at least needed 14, Honorable Eugene So. But there was only 11. Okay. Madam Chair, go back to you.
Thank you for that, Speaker, and also to Shajah for bringing laughter to this issue. So right now, my understanding is that the cases are kind of at a standstill, and they're not moving forward in a lot of these cases because they don't have, their employees don't have the PPE gear, and their buildings haven't been disinfected. So yes, it is true that that language has already been included, but the truth is that many of the Navajo Nation employees who are deemed essential have not received PPE gear. Many of our Navajo Nation employees who are continuing to work have no PPE gear. And I believe that has been a point of contention through in this council is the question regarding the donations. Where is that going? So I want to say that, you know, I wish that all of our employees did have PPE gear, but we continue to receive emails from social services, from even grazing. Right now, I went to a grazing meeting this morning, and they talked about how they're continuing to deliver water, and none of them have PPE gear, but they're doing it anyway. So a lot of the things that are being stated right now with, yes, you know, our employees are covered, and yes, they would receive PPE gear, but that is the issue, is we're finding out from our employees that they are not receiving it. So you're right, Shana. It is written in there. You are 100% correct. However, the truth is, and we read about it almost every day through the emails that are sent to us by employees, is that they have not received the PPE gear. And at one point, there was a question, I believe half of, or if not all of council was emailed this question: why is the president giving out masks at a grocery store when us employees have been asking for masks? And I'm not in a position to not believe them. I'm in a position to believe the people when they're coming to us saying that they don't have the PPE gear. They don't have the money or the equipment to be able to disinfect their buildings. And I believe judicial is currently at that position right now because we haven't given them any money. They were already struggling with the budget that they had, and they needed more. And they came before this body back in March, and they said, that they needed money. Mr. Wanika, can you please mute your phone? So right now we have a lot of our cases that are currently not being addressed. And right now we also have our employees under the judicial branch who are afraid to go to work because they don't have the equipment that that was promised to them. And I really hate to say this, but we're always talking about the needs of executive, the needs of legislative, and we always forget judicial. And it's my job as chair of Law and Order Committee to bring that forward and to say we have a third branch that we haven't even talked about. And yes, they did have the opportunity to sit down, but my understanding, and I could be wrong on this, is they were not consulted by the president regarding 116. 115 with speaker's bill, we did consult them. We sat down and we talked to them. And we asked them, just like we did with every division and department under the executive branch, what was needed. We tried to work with all three branches. But unless they can say that they sat down with judicial and that they listened to their concerns, we have to take into consideration that judicial branch has been forgotten. And we need to give them the money that they need so that they can function properly. And at this point, they're barely staying afloat. So you are correct in that there's language in there that's already included, but there's no guarantee that judicial branch will receive any of that equipment or that they'll receive any of that money to move forward and to address the issues with their court. So I hope that answers your questions and your concerns. I wish that I could say that this wasn't needed for judicial, but they do need money. And they did present to us that they need $13.3 million. And that was given to us in a budget form, and it was explained to all of us. So I don't really understand how we can say that they didn't come in and that they didn't advocate on their own behalf. So it's really important that we understand that judicial has been coming to us. They have been asking for help. They have been coming to the meetings. And I just feel really, sad that they cannot advocate right now, because if this case goes to court, if this issue goes to court, if the president continues to veto and he continues to do what he's doing, there is that possibility that could happen. So they're trying really hard to stay neutral. And by staying neutral, that means that they cannot advocate. They're limited in their advocacy. So it is up to us, the legislative branch, it is up to us, the oversight, to advocate on their behalf and to get them what they need. So I hope, again, that they answered all of your questions and your concerns. Again, this amendment is just a very straight red or green amendment. And I really hope that my colleagues vote green on this so that judicial can catch up and really try to assist their employees during this time. Speaker, I'm going back on mute.
Thank you. With that, Madam Chair, let me move on down back to any new players. I do have. Thank you. That I don't have anybody else in the queue. I have nobody else in to speak. This is Del Gibagay. Honorable Elmer Begay, you have no more.
Speaker, Vice Chair.
Did I hear Honorable
Vice Chair. Speaker, this is Vice Chair.
Yeah,
No, but before it was Honorable Otto, and then I'll recognize you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Honorable Otto,
thank you.
Go ahead. Good player.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I guess it sort of makes me think about the question of what was floating around on the email earlier. You know, the delegates promised or something. I don't know. But makes me think. I'm looking at equal footing. And it really makes me wonder. But the equal footing is we owe it to the judicial branch. And as far as I ask that, our judicial branch, we get them something in the first round because they too have employees. Their personnel is not with the regular executive branch or our personnel, the legislative branch and the executive branch personnel. They have their own personnel. So there's a chance that they might not get any money. There's a chance. You have your own personnel, but I think it's fair. And you vote against it, yes, that's your position. So they are a branch of the government. They shouldn't be asking for money in any appropriation. It should be given to them directly. And I believe Honorable Junior Charles indicates that the federal budget, you don't see the judicial branch requesting for money. And you don't see the federal government's executive branch vetoing any of their budget. So I guess we just need to move forth and vote on this. So, and move forth and vote on this thing. Where's my time?
Okay, with that, put on down the player, Vice Chair Smith.
Well, thank you, Speaker. So, 24th Council. Very interesting to hear all these talk about additional funds. However, I think Shada, I don't want to leave him out. I think he's one to say something on behalf of Delcon out there. And I think it's important because you guys voted to not cease debate. So I'm going to give my time to Shada from Delcon, Elmer Begay. I think he's one to request for an amendment or something like that. So, Speaker, the rest of my time I'd like to give to Honorable Elmer Begay. Thank you.
Okay, with that, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Honorable Elmer Begay, you good?
Yeah, I'm good with it. Delegate Smith, and I like the way the discussion is going regarding the judicial. We all know that it's fear on the Southwest reservation. Like, I don't know, maybe we're closer to the border town, and we have seen a lot of increase of, like I said, that the bootlegging, auto, most of that is drug and alcohol activities going on. So I don't know how we can control that. Alcohol, we've seen people that now we got some people really came forward, gave us a name of these people, and gave us a listing of where it even described the people's the vehicle's license plate. So, even the people are really they want to help this community, these public, but they want to be on. They wanted to have this control because they don't like what they see is going the young people or these people going to another people that can't defend themselves, like where there's disabled people. Japan, they go over there, they party there. Some of these they move to Phoenix. No, they just move out, and or mom and dad or grandma can't stay here. No, so it's. But the thing about it is that even the Child Protective Service, a lot of people come around. The courts are not going. Why is there the courts is still it's just on hold? And people say that I don't know that if the prosecutor they're not presenting any the citation now, so they say they're just expecting maybe next year they can hold the citation until 3 years. Don't know that. So people then we don't know. There's no plan for that. So I really advocating for public the judicial branch to increase the funding. Speaker, I sent the amendment to this one. I really wanted to have maybe somewhere. This ain't the first time that happened. There's a struggle between the powers of this three-branch government. No, I want somebody to come and step in and say from the judicial. Judges, and they will bring this Supreme Court. There were confirmation bond in Canada. I asked that question. Do you know how to explain the fundamental law? So I want that. So that's why I have an amendment made to this. I don't know if you have it there, Speaker. So I'm reserve my time. No.
Amendment with yours.
Speaker, is that the one that I was talking about as being a directive that could be sent to judicial, or is he sending another amendment?
Speaker, did you get that amendment?
It's the one that you referred to, Madam Chair, the one I read, and you did indicate that it could be a directive at Law and Order.
Speaker, I still stand firm on that. I think that could be a directive that we could work with judicial branch on and send to them.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. That. I don't have any new players. I'm going to go back. Chairman Nez, 22 seconds.
Speaker, I said I was going to waive my time, sir. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that. Looked at my wrong notes. That, Honorable Otto.
Gotta wait my time. Final name. Watch it.
Hey, with that, I don't have anybody else in the queue. I don't have anybody else wanting to speak, request, no reserve time. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Let's go around the horn. On Amendment 6, Bobby, get the roll call.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Question privilege, Speaker. Question privilege, Speaker.
Oh, sorry. Question of privilege. Chairman Henia, go ahead.
Is it 5 million or is it 10 million that we're voting on? Because
I was chasing my billy goats and I lost signal here.
Yeah, 10 million.
Okay, thank you.
The green-eyed billy goat.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Billy goat chasing him.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty.
Amber Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green for Crown Point Judicial District.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Holona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Holona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hino.
Green.
Honorable Jamie Hino votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otoso.
What is green?
Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green for this one here.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Key Allen B. Gay Jr. Honorable Paul B. Gay. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Speaker, with the vote of 14 yeas. I'm sorry, I just received a message from Jalissa. Honorable Paul Begay votes red. So with that, Speaker, 14 yeas, 3 nays.
That 14 in favor, 3 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries, known as Amendment 6. With that, let me go back to, I don't have anybody else new on the main motion, so let me go back to reserve time. I have reserve time for Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 46 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, I just wanted to reinforce how the transparency was going to be developed. I didn't really hear that, but my hope is that we have a dynamic system where any Navajo Nation citizen can look on the web and see how these funds are being spent, and so that we can stay accountable. So we can waive the rest of my 2 seconds. Thanks.
Point of order on McKeon Begay. On McKeon Begay. Point of order by Honorable Chairman Daniel So. That colleagues. Chairman Daniel So. On McKeon Begay, you online? Point of order. On McKeon Begay's raising a point of order stating that he voted green. Bobby, can you run down the tab or the roll call and state who voted green and who voted red on the last amendment, Amendment 6?
Honorable Mr. Speaker, I'll start with the yeas. I have Elmer Begay, Nathaniel Brown, Eugenia Charles Newton, Amber Knazba Crotty, Mark Freeland, Pernell Halona, Jamie Hino, Finch James, Carl Slater, Raymond Smith Jr., Otto So, Eugene So, Thomas Walker Jr., and Jimmy Yellowhair. On with
Speaker,
the name.
point of order. Speaker, point of order.
Yes, Honorable McKeon Begay.
Speaker, I'm not sure what, I mean, I don't know what's wrong with my phone, but I tried to say green during the vote twice. So I voted on the same point of order to indicate that I voted green on the last amendment. Thank you.
Okay. We're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to work together with Ms. Barbroff, and we're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to see what time they raise a point of order from the time that the vote was taken to when you actually stated that you voted on McKeon Begay. Because we did close out the vote. And as of right now, Bobby, does Honorable McKeon Begay have a vote on him? Or does he vote?
No, sir. He's down.
Okay,
He's not
so
voting.
Honorable McKeon. All right. So Honorable McKeon Begay, I'm going to have to sit down with you and Legislative Council and write a memo, and we're going to have to work through that process. I'm going to have Office Legislative Council pull the record and the transcript and see if there was at any point you stated that you voted green. So I'll have staff be working on that on McKeon Begay. But as of right now, I have you down as not voting, 14 in favor, 3 opposed, 1 speaker not voting on Amendment 6, which did carry moving forward.
Okay, as long as I know that I voted, I tried to vote, but maybe the individual that's taking care of the phone line is registered, has registered my phone number. Okay, thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. With that, let me go back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty. I know you indicated about the transparent move. I do believe, just to answer your question, that language was still left in legislation 0115, which became CMY-44-20, and it seems like the council, if they pass again this legislation, it'll be like a merging of both documents, where that legislation, which will be 116, will have that provision in there. But I will make sure, and I'll follow up with the Office of Legislative Counsel to get that information back out to you. With that, moving forward on reserve time, Honorable Slater. Chairman So is whoever's controlling the phones right now, can you unmute everyone? Chairman Daniel So is trying to get in. He's texting me. Chairman Daniel So, are you on the line? Chairman Daniel So. That Chairman Daniel So can hear me. He can't. Can anybody hear him, or am I the only one that can't hear him?
Can't hear him.
Who's that? I can't hear him.
Byron, is everybody unmuted?
Speaker.
Yes.
We see that he is muted, but we need just about a minute to correct a technical issue.
Is it curfew? Nobody's talking.
Sorry, colleagues. Having technical difficulties. Give us about another minute or so. I'm sorry, colleagues. Trying to do the best as we possibly can and let staff go. We're running on limited staff right now. Maybe if you're sitting down.
Chairman So. Speaker, can you hear me?
Chairman So, I can hear you now.
Okay, there was that beep, and certainly I was on mute.
Sorry.
It's on the roll call vote. Speaker, on the roll call vote, when my name was called out, I stated I vote green. And then when staff came around and called my name a second time, I said I voted green. That was before you staff tallied up the vote. I really object to not having my vote recorded as green because someone had my phone line muted. And I attest to it because right before you could hear me, there was a beep on the system. I just want to make that clarification.
Speakers, Vice Chair.
Chairman, hold on. Chairman, Vice Chair. Chairman, so let me refer to the individual who took the vote. Bobby, do you have a vote taken for Chairman Daniel So on Amendment 6?
No, Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Daniel So, there's a process that we're going to have to go through now. And we can go over that process with you either after the meeting or tomorrow before the legislation gets certified. We can work together with that with the Office of Legislative Counsel. I have done this with other delegates in attesting to either not voting or correcting a vote. The first indication is I'm going to need a memo from you stating that you did vote.
Speaker, I object to that. Somebody that's running the system had me on mute. There was a beep on the system before you heard me again. Once I had texted you 3 times.
I know. I'm gonna have to go through the process.
I'm going to ask you to count my vote immediately.
I'm gonna have to do the due diligence and research and go through the transcript, Chairman. So,
but the transcript will show that I didn't vote when the system and the operator had me on mute.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Papa hasn't yet. We know the law, so just keep going. Don't fight it.
Let me refer to Office of Legislative Counsel, Chairman. So,
thank you, Speaker. I'm going to read Rule 22. I'm going to start with the second paragraph under D. So Rule 22, second paragraph. Whenever there has been an electronic malfunction, the Speaker may call for a second vote or a revote on the motion or rule on the electronic malfunction if it is brought to the Speaker's attention through a point of order. A point of order raised in an electronic malfunction shall be made immediately and before the Speaker recognizes another motion. So I admit I stepped out for just half a second, but if there has not been another motion since the point of order has been brought up, I do think that I would classify this, or it can be classified as an electronic malfunction. And so if another motion has not been made, another action not been taken, you could do a second vote, a revote.
thank you, Ms. Barbara. And my colleague.
Speakers, Vice Chair.
This is the way I'm rolling on this. Due to the fact that Byron, who is in charge of the phone service and the teleconference call, did indicate that there was a malfunction. Chairman So did indicate that he did make that call. The Speaker's going to call for a function vote at this time, and I'm going to call for a vote on Amendment 6.
Speaker, question of privilege. Question of privilege.
Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. I clearly heard Honorable Daniel So vote green. I don't know if other delegates heard that. I was keeping track of who's voting. I usually do that. And I heard him say green.
Okay. So that's my ruling, Vice Chair Smith. We're going to go to a revote on Amendment 6 due to the malfunction.
Speaker?
Chairman Yazzie.
Yeah, okay. You can hear me. Okay. Just real quick for the record, too, I also said green. I just wanted to make sure that you heard me. Okay, I'm good.
Okay, Bobby.
Revote.
Go to a revote on Amendment 6.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable
Green.
Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen.
Hold on. Let Mr. Botero, to make this right, can you explain what Amendment 6 is? Can you read for the record what Amendment 6 is?
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, Amendment 6 is 1, page 7, line 11, insert new subparagraphs as follows. 9, distribution of $10 million to the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch to combat its COVID-19 response. This distribution is not subject to the time frame restriction in paragraph D below. 2, page 6, line 18, update $50,559,530.10 to account for this amendment and any previous or subsequent amendments. 3, page 8, line 13, and page 9, line 6, revised $550 million to account for this amendment and any previous or subsequent amendments applicable. 4, all cumulative numerical amounts shall be reconciled by the Office of Legislative Services, working in conjunction with the Office of Legislative Counsel before this resolution is certified by the Speaker. 5, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly, if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Bobby, go ahead. Roll call.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canas-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Holona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Holona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
The ink in my green starting to run dry, but let me see. Yeah, green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater votes green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otoso.
Vote green for the judicial branch.
Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable
And
Eugene
I heard
So.
you.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Charlene So. And Honorable Edison Wanika. Speaker, with a vote of 15 yeas and 5 nays.
That, colleagues. 15 in favor, 5 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries on Amendment 6. That, back to the main motion. We were at Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Moving on down. Honorable Slater, 3 minutes and 37 seconds on
So what do I do with this?
reserve time.
I'd like to ask if some of my colleagues could yield their time to me. No, I'm just kidding, Speaker. Let's get on to voting. Thank you.
It was the time. Thank you. That, moving on down. Honorable Otto So, 2 minutes and 53 seconds on the main motion.
I'm going to yield my time. Vote.
It was your time. Moving on down. Honorable Chairman Nez, 1 minute, 18 seconds.
I'll waive my time, sir. Thank you.
Hey, that. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 2 minutes and 7 seconds.
I waive my time, Speaker. Let's vote.
That. Jalissa, do you have anybody else as a reserve time? I don't.
Speaker, Delegate Freeland.
Jalissa, do you have anybody with reserve time? No?
No, sir.
Okay. That. Honorable Freeland, new player.
Thank you, Speaker. Shanata, I just wanted to say, just to make a statement. It seems like we got to this point over a month now, and I'm glad we are at this point where we're ready to move forward. Considering how many lives we lost, and we've been very we're being watched continuously, adamantly. We've been criticized, but we're at this point now where we're able to move forward and get some relief to our people. So I just want to say thank you to everyone, all my colleagues, whether you're voting red or green. We still have the responsibility and the due diligence to our people. We have the responsibility to our chapters. We still continue to lead at that level. But thank you very much for us moving forward. And I really had hoped that the day we got this money, the next day we sat underneath or the Window Rock Grandstand with the president and worked out a plan. And I really had wished we had done that. And we had been organized and had our ducks in a row from the beginning. But it's a learning process, and we just have to move forward. But thank you, Speaker. I yield my time, and I want to make a motion to cease debate and vote. Second. I second the motion. I third the motion.
Honorable Freeland, I don't have anybody else in the queue. I don't have anybody else with reserve time. So if we're going to cease debate, we don't need. Okay, we do have the Honorable Brown.
Speaker.
No, hold on, Honorable Brown.
Point of order, Speaker.
The motion to cease debate by Honorable Freeland. Colleagues, motion to cease debate by Honorable Freeland. There's been 6 amendments. There's been 14 delegates that spoke on the main motion. We have had this discussion for almost 3.5 hours now. I will recognize that motion to cease debate due to the healthy discussion that was presented. Honorable Mark Freeland has raised that motion to cease debate. Is there a second?
Second the motion, Eugene So. I'll second the motion.
That, Honorable Mark Freeland has that. Honorable Eugene So is a second. With that, colleagues, motion cease debate is not debatable, so we'll go ahead and go straight to the board. With that, Bobby, roll call. Vote on cease debate motion held by Honorable Freeland.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canas-Balcrati.
Delegate Amber Canas-Balcrati votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Balcrati votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
What happened with our delegates having a right to speak? I vote red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green.
Yes, Delegate Slater, green.
Okay. Honorable Carl Slater votes green.
Come on. Colleagues,
Hello, can you mute your phone? Hello, can you mute?
Okay, go ahead, Bobby.
Okay, Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otoso.
I vote green.
Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green.
Point of order, Speaker. This is Delegate Brady.
Voting.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. Is there a delegate who wishes to speak on the main motion? Thank you.
It was Honorable Nathaniel Brown that was wanting to speak. That's the only one that I know of.
Speaker, I'd like to change my vote to red, please.
Memo.
There you go. Change your vote to red. That's our Bobby.
Honorable Amber
Speaker, I'd
Canespa
like to
Crotty
also change my
changed her vote to red.
And Chair Charles Noon is changing her vote to red. Bobby.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton changed her vote to red. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 16 yeas, 5 nays.
For the record, I don't have anybody texting me saying they voted a certain way. With that, 16 in favor, 5 opposed. Speaker not voting. At that, that's a vote of 21 collectively. Mr. Botero, correct me if I'm wrong. 21 of the voting members, 2/3 of that is it 15?
15, Mr. Speaker.
15. With that, motion carries to cease debate. That, colleagues, on legislation 0116-20, Mr. Botero, second reading.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, legislation 0116-20, amendment 1, page 6, line 25, insert new language as follows. Payroll expenses in the amount of $25 million for exempt and non-exempt employees with priority given to first responders and Division of Public Safety employees, comma, with $750,000 of the total to be allocated to the Raymond Navajo Department of Public Safety, semicolon in underscore. Page 6, line 18, update $50,559,530.10 to account for this amendment and any previous or subsequent amendments. Renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Amendment 2.1. Page 1, line 17, delete, overstrike authorizing the formation of the Dekostentragi-19 Relief Fund Work Group in overstrike 2, page 7, line 29, delete lines 29 on page 7 through line 12 on page 8, and lines 25 through 28 on page 8. 3, page 7, line 27, delete, overstrike authorizing the formation of the Kosntsagi-19 Relief Fund Work Group to assist in creating and overstrike and after plans insert administration. Amendment 3, 1, page 6, line 22, insert new language as follows. Overstrike payroll, capitalize expenses, the E in expenses, in the amount of $25 million for exempt and non-exempt employees with priority given to first responders and Division of Public Safety employees, with $750,000 of the total to be allocated to the Raymond Navajo Department of Public Safety, underscore, and 1 million of the total to be distributed, comma, in equal amounts to San Juan, comma, McKinley, comma, and Sandoval counties in the state of New Mexico for the county volunteer fire departments to use for PPE, comma, cleaning and disinfecting supplies, comma, or other related costs, period, in underscore. 2, page 6, line 18, $50,500,000.
Ms. Patera, hold on. Colleagues, can you mute your phone, please? Put down.
2, page 6, line 18, update $50,559,530.10 to account for this amendment and any previous or subsequent amendments. 3, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendments which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Amendment 4, 1, page 7, line 4, insert new subparagraphs as follows. Underscore 7, bathroom additions and upgrades in the amount of $3,500,000, semicolon 8, burnout assistance in the amount of $7 million to allow for 156 homes to receive $45,000 each, semicolon, in underscore. 2, page 6, line 18, update $50,559,530.10 to account for this amendment and any previous or subsequent amendments. 3, page 8, line 13, and page 9, line 6, revise $550 million to account for this amendment and any previous or subsequent amendments. 4, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Amendment 5, 1, page 6, delete lines 20 through 21 and 24 to 28. 2, update all cumulative amounts set forth in the legislation to account for these amendments. 3, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Amendment 6, 1, page 7, line 11, insert new subparagraphs as follows. Underscore 9, distribution of $10 million to the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch to combat its COVID-19 response. This distribution is not subject to the time frame restriction in paragraph D below. 2, page 6, line 18, update $50,559,530.10 to account for this amendment and any previous or subsequent amendments. 3, page 8, line 13, and page 9, line 6, revised $550 million to account for this amendment and any previous or subsequent amendments as applicable. 4, all cumulative numerical numbers shall be reconciled by the Office of Legislative Services working in conjunction with the Office of Legislative Counsel before this resolution is certified by the Speaker. 5, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
With that, on legislation 0116-20, motion by Honorable James, second by Honorable Stewart, with 6 amendments in place. Go to the board, around the horn. Bobby, go ahead and take the roll call.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Vote green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green. Yes.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Thank you. I wanted to say something, but it's okay. It's for our people. I listen to everyone all day, but it's, again, the bottom line is for our people. But in the future legislations, I need some funding set aside for the gay, lesbian, transgender individuals who actually have never been funded in history to this day by our own leadership. I just want you all to know that. But I'll continue to advocate for them. Thank you.
What was your vote, Honorable Nathaniel Brown?
It's green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canaspa votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green chili.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Votes green.
I'm sorry, Mr. Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green chili.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otoso.
Green.
Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Speaker, with the vote of 20 yeas, 1 nay.
That carries. Legislation 0116-20, 20 in favor, 1 opposed, speaker not voting, motion carries. Moving on down. On the agenda, colleagues, legislation 0058-20, sponsored by Honorable Henyo. Mr. Platero, can you read into the record?
Council tracking number 0058-20, and that relating to law and order resources.
Hello?
Yes, point of privilege or question requesting information on when you can motion to adjourn.
Honorable Bo Slater. I can go to you right now if you want. Recognize Honorable Slater. Go ahead.
Delegates have a right to speak.
Continue.
Honorable Slater, go ahead.
In consideration for the staff, since it's already so late, the motion to adjourn.
With the motion to adjourn, time now is 9:14 p.m. The motion to adjourn by Honorable Carl Slater. Is there a second?
Second, Daniel So.
Second by Honorable Chairman Daniel So. With that, colleagues, this is debatable. Colleagues, can you please put your phones on mute? That.
Chairman Hino.
Chairman Hino, go ahead.
I believe this legislation is pretty straightforward. It should go straight to the vote. It's regarding LGA certified chapters. If we have LGA certified chapters that wish to enact sales tax ordinance, I believe we should just pass this right away. Let's don't shortchange them. Let's vote on this right away.
Alona?
Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. There is a legislation in there also pertaining to elections. That's very important. The election board is falling behind on scheduling this important event, the elections. So we need to consider that. And they've been trying to get this legislation taken care of a couple weeks back. And the more we hold on to that legislation, they're going to have to think about rescheduling even later than November or even next year. So we need to take care of that election legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Holona.
Thank you, Speaker. I was going to bring that same point up that my colleague Delegate Begay brought up. We really need to take care of that election amendment now, or legislation now. Thank you. We already spent 7 hours debating on that, so we should be able to vote through.
Anybody else on the adjourn motion? One.
Mr. Soul here.
Twice.
He's Soul here.
Eugene. And Madam Cardi. Eugene, so.
Yeah, if some of those legislation can go just like that, because we got some consent legislation.
Eugene, so you still there?
Yeah, we need to get rid of those legislations that's before us right now.
Okay, with that, moving on down, Madam Chair, Amber Cardi.
Thank you, Speaker. On the adjournment, I was going to ask, is there a time that's being proposed for the next special council meeting? I am looking over my books from my motion to add these two legislations before the last legislation, and that was received not enough votes to suspend the floor rules. And this was actually my fear that we would, we need to spend time on it. And the election legislation is not an easy vote. So if you could give me guidance on when the next proposed special session can be made. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes and 41 seconds. That, just to answer your question, Manager Karate, I know that on Monday, Law and Order Committee is meeting with Budget and Finance Committee, having a work session. Tuesday, Budget and Finance Committee is having a meeting. Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. So earliest we possibly could schedule a special session is this coming Thursday.
After Nobby.
Yes, Nobby. With that, any other comments, questions? Madam Chair, Member Cardi, back to you. Reserve time, 4 minutes, 41 seconds.
There's fireworks happening here, illegal. I am asking maybe a question to the sponsors of the legislation. Do you have the election office agents available to ask answer questions? I'll reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes and 33 seconds. Chairman, our honorable, let me refer back to the agenda here. Honorable Edison Wanika or Honorable Halona, do you have your agent on the line?
Mr. Morris, are you on the line?
Yes, sir. Mr. Morris is on the line with Elections Administration.
Oh,
hey, Shannon.
okay.
My name is Benson McGay. I'm also on the line. I'm counsel for counsel for Elections Administration.
That okay. We'll go back to the floor. The other new players on the motion to adjourn.
Point of privilege, Speaker. Chairman Hino.
Honorable Chairman Hino, point of privilege.
I can ask for the Speaker, Damon. We just heard from staff. They've been with us all day long. We shouldn't shortchange them. Let's continue with this. Let's take care of business. That's what we're here for. Thank you.
Okay, with that, back to the lineup. Everybody else new. Madam Chair, Amber Crowdy, 4 minutes, 33 seconds.
I'll waive my time. Thank you, Speaker. I'll waive it. Thank you.
That, there's nobody else. Once.
Delegate Rick Nez here.
Twice. Chairman
Delegate Rick Nez. Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Council. Yes, Nantai. I believe the legislation 123-20 we already debated at Navikia. Pretty much both of them. So let's vote on them. Thank you. I waive my time.
Okay. That, colleagues, everybody else. Once, twice, 3 times. Bobby, roll call on adjournment.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay.
Red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canaspa-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canaspa-Crotty will vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaspa-Crotty votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Red.
Smith. Honorable Mr. Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Altoso.
Red.
Honorable Altoso votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Red.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Yes, hello. Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Speaker, with the vote of 4 nays and 17 nays.
That's always 4 in favor, 17 opposed. Speaking of voting, motion fails. Back to the agenda. Legislation 0058-20. Mr. Botero, if you could read it into the record, sponsored by Chairman Neal.
Speaker, members of the council, tracking number 0058-20, an act relating to law and order, resources and development, budget and finance, and the Connecticut and Navajo Nation Council, amending vote provisions of 24 NNC Section 605B, vote requirement for enactment of sales tax ordinance by local governments, certified chapter. There are no amendments, and this is final authority. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Rick Nez.
Second, Delegate Stewart.
That motion. Hold on. My piece of paper is getting running out of ink here. My pen. That motion on legislation 0058-20 by Chairman Nez. There's second.
Second the motion.
Second.
Second. On Eugene So. That is not the word.
What?
Once. Going twice.
Nothing works.
3 times. Run the horn. Vote, Bobby.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, what are we voting on? I got my phone dropped for a while.
I don't know. Wake up.
I said the phone dropped.
Wake up.
Come on.
That Honorable Elmer Begay, Mr. Latero read into the record legislation 0058-20, sponsored by Chairman Jamie Kenyo. I asked for if there was any questions, and there was no questions, so we are going to the main motion, and we're voting now.
Agree.
Okay. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay, Jr.
Green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay, Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canasba votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Delegate Freeland votes green. Thanks.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith, Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith, Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart, Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart, Jr. votes green. Honorable Otoso.
Green.
Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, Jr.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker, Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Speaker, with a vote of 21 yeas and 0 nays.
That colleagues, legislation 0058-20 carries 21 favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. Definitely not be worked on that one. That moving on down, legislation 0123-20, sponsored by Honorable Winika, co-sponsored by Honorable Halona. That, Sheriff, you could read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, tracking number 0123-20, an action relating to Navigatia and the Navajo Nation Council, canceling the primary election for the 2020 chapter election, setting one chapter election date for November 3, 2020, waiving 11 NNC sections 3C and 41. This is authority. There are no amendments. Council Rules of Order legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Oh, on legislation 0123-20, is there a motion?
Oh, sure.
Look at James' motion. Honorable Vince James motion second.
Charles Newton, second.
Stewart.
Madam Chair, Charles Newman. That, colleagues, we have Honorable Wanika, who's present, and Honorable Helena, co-sponsor on legislation 012-4123-20.
Delegate Crotty has a question for.
Okay, with that, Honorable Wanika, got 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you,
or
Speaker.
Whoever is sponsoring this legislation.
Okay, I want to try. I'll probably start coughing, but this legislation really needs to be passed. And I was saying that there needs to be one amendment, but that's not the case. I found out that that particular amendment is in the board rules and regulations, so they can go ahead and take care of that themselves. So there's really no amendments as far as this legislation is concerned. And the only thing that we still need to worry about in reference to moving the election is the budget. Myself and Speaker Damon will co-sponsoring the budget for the general election, but we're going to go ahead and process it as soon as possible. And I don't know if there's any other information that Mr. Morris wants to give.
Yeah, Mr. Morris. Good evening. Thank you for being a part of the discussion.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker and honorable members of council. I thank you for allowing for our legislation to go before the full council. I think a good portion of our discussions were done in the NABI committee meeting. However, I will state as overseeing operations for elections this upcoming year, I do state that we do need this resolution to be passed. At this current point in time, we do not have what we would call our marching orders. We need to have this passed in order to proceed with the planning of the elections. The Board of Election Supervisors has already discussed in depth in regards to the actual legislation that's before you, and they did recommend to cancel the primary and proceed on to the general election. And it basically comes down to preparing for the general election to ensure that we will have a safe election for this upcoming year. This gives regards to staff members, to poll workers, and for the general public in general. So we are asking, we did submit, if you look again to Exhibit B, that explains exactly where we're at as far as operations go within the office. And it would be in the best interest of the Navajo Nation to proceed forward. This legislation guarantees individuals will have their right to vote, to choose their own leader. All it's basically going to do is move the primary, or it's going to cancel the primary and move directly to the general election. And we looked that over, and one of the biggest things there is just within the office itself. We do have plans in regards to our supplemental budget, and we are asking for additional monies under the COVID-19 emergency legislation as well. What the plans are is we're looking to actually upgrade our systems within this office itself. They've been seriously, they're seriously outdated, just based on the fact that there has been severe underfunding for years. And basically now it's come to where we have to deal with this issue. So in regards to this, that's one of the things that we will be needing is our new database, upgrade the computer systems and what have you. We're also looking to move the candidate filing to where that can be done online. However, we still will accommodate individuals to come into the office to file. We are in the process of preparing to reopen our offices here shortly, where we're attaining PPEs. However, with the government shutdown, we've been delayed in regards to how that purchasing process is proceeding, basically. So we're asking for the council to move forward with this election. I mean, this legislation is going to only affect this specific election. It's not something that we're asking that's going to be the norm. It's just because we're dealing with the pandemic as well. And we want to ensure that we can focus in on one election event and ensure that we will have safety mechanisms in place, safety protocols and procedures as well. So we have been working closely as an office. I've had VSRs who actually come in to assist us. And so basically, that's what it comes down to. So we're asking for council to pass this legislation. And again, we will have two additional legislations. One will be for the budget for the election, then also going after additional money under the COVID-19 emergency funds. So we would ask for council to support the elections administration and give regards to what the Board of Election Supervisors recommends, and that's to cancel the primaries and proceed on to the general election. Thank you.
Yes, Speaker, this is Melvin Harrison with the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors. I'd just like to say a few words as well.
Mr. Wanika, is Mr. Harrison your agent too as well?
I think enough information was provided. I don't know if any questions from the council.
Okay. All right, and let's go back. Let's go back to the council. Madam Chair Ambercrotti, what was yours?
Yes, thank you, Speaker Coley. I just want to state in terms of the election office or the election board of supervisors, your marching orders is the election code in the Navajo Nation book. There was no amendments prior in terms of planning or not being prepared for this primary vote. I'm also concerned about now is the time that the election office has requested to either delay the election to next year and now to not have a primary. And the work that I do is a lot of advocacy rights. We can have a lot to vote. Now, is not maintaining the position of the nation. This council also passed a resolution not supporting the mail-in ballot, which now in hindsight, that might have been an opportunity to get absentee ballots out there for at least the primary or to have people have the right to vote. I'm uncomfortable that according to the code, we should already be, the election office and the election board of supervisors be in the stage of having a primary. And then I'm also concerned on the calls that I with the Secretary of State from the different our surrounding states in terms of the election being part of those conversations. And I have yet to see any documents from the election office in terms of even notifying that this legislation is going before the council. So I'd like to get those questions asked, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker. I apologize. I know it's late. I do want to state for the record, I tried to amend to get this legislation earlier in the day, and so I do apologize. I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Every time at 2 minutes and 45 seconds. We're on down. Honorable Alma Brigade.
Good evening, Speaker Dodd, delegates, a lot of people that are listening or looking at the World Wide Web internet. But this evening, thinking about the voting, I know that traditionally there's not that much that we could do to select our leaders, but within the written law, within the law that's given to us as a Bill of Rights, we're given that right to vote. So on a given day, we're given that right to vote. So if canceling it and move it to another, like from primary to general, I would think that that's a violation of our Bill of Rights for people to right to vote. So I asked that question before, but I'm not confident of the answer that I was giving back. Like, so it's Bills of Rights. So when somebody files a lawsuit against the Navajo Nation for the election board and administration, are we ready for that? How long is it going to take to get to resolve this? So I'm pretty sure that that's what's going to happen. So that was my question, but nobody really, strategized about how they can be resolve this before November, the election primary. No. So that's what my question. So and then I'll reserve my time.
At reserve time, I'm going to give you 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Moving on down, honorable yellow hair.
Good evening. Is not only out on the speakers for councilman, my colleagues. Share I did the primary election door. They tell I should need COVID-19 behind this. Named it. So yeah, but in some case administration, they should done their job. They're Arizona, they're doing their work. Jean Dandy. Corrocating in the advertise that we're going to send mail to you to vote on. You have right to vote. We need to see who's going to make the general election. Just coming election. Somewhat, I don't know why primary elections are going to be made. As Lebanon or COVID-19 because it's their excuse. And that was with the evening, our primary. The question person of the no. They all said, okay. Maybe I can ask for money. I'll travel to legislation, just give me both figures, primary and general election and others. PPE. I don't know, sure, maybe we can process that for the ask for the money. The legislative office. You get out of the legislative office, Jiggy. He thought, no, never put near the hotel. What in the right? Can I have reserved my time, Speaker? Thank you.
I'll reserve your time at 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to speak supporting this legislation. We've heard from the Board of Election Supervisors, and they are pretty much in a tight schedule right now. He should be, primary is coming upon them. And I think the main problem that they have is that we as council have not approved a budget for them. It's true that other counties and state elections don't have a problem. They're already funded. It affected all these operations that we have, even at home, at work, at school. It affected everything, including the election. And it don't matter what kind of work that we're going to do, this virus affects it, and we have to address the health issues. Are elderly. We are going to subject them to this virus issue. Of course, even now that the general election, I don't believe we're violating their voting rights. Voting rights, or any right, depends on situations that come up. In this case, the big situation is the pandemic. Rights can be altered. These rights or these schedules of things that are going to happen can be rescheduled with health and safety in mind of our people. That's probably part of the reason why the general election they will have a target date to work toward. Do we still hold primary election? Do we still have both primary and general? So they're already behind on schedule in preparation for this election.
Time.
Colleague. So I speak in support of this legislation. Thank you.
That went down on to Honorable Helena.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, over a week ago, we debated this legislation for over 7 hours. We had plenty of time to ask enough questions on that during that time. Then we failed to have a special session on Friday. We could have done this taken care of on Friday. Well, everything was still fresh in our mind. But this needs to be done. It needs to be taken care of. And the biggest thing is I advocated was for the safety of the people. Everybody is talking about the safety of the people and make sure that we can get this election done. And we all know that the reason why it's being held up is because of this COVID virus and how the administration, all the offices were shut down in early March. And that's why the election office wasn't able to proceed to get all these things in place so that we can have the election. It is what it is. And now we're out here and trying to continue with this vote. Excuse me? So we're trying to do this election now. and set it up the best way we know how. I'm asking for your support on this legislation because the more we waste time, the farther off it's going to get. And we already heard before that people don't want to have it next year. We heard from a lot of the presidents all over the Navajo Nation that some of them want to get out of office at their time, at the end of their term. So we need to try to get this election going so that we can just at least have one general election on the same day as the state election, and that's November 3rd. If we try to push it forward again, it's going to go all the way into December. So I'm asking you for your support here. We need to just pass this legislation and move forward. It's the best thing we can do right now. I know not everybody agrees with it. They all have their own ideas about the laws and regulations and how things are being governed. But we're up against the wall right now. And that wall is coming down soon. I don't think we're doing any violations to having anybody. They're still going to have a vote and a say in the general election. But the goal is to have the general election on November 3rd. That's what this legislation consists of here. The election office needs to get notice so they can give notice out so they can start processing filing fees. At least by the end of July, in order for it to work out so we can have a general election on November 3rd. So I ask you, colleagues, let's support this legislation and move it forward. We talked about it over and over last week. We all know that the safety of the people is what we're looking forward to make sure that, because you know it and I know it, that a majority of the voters that get out there to vote are elderly people, the elderly citizens. They're the ones who are out there voting. And we're going to expose them to long lines and waiting outside in the cold. We still have to figure out how we're going to have our election when we get it started. There's still some rules and regulations that we're going to have to provide and set forth where we're going to have the election. Many of the chapter houses are small. And if we get congested there, there's a problem. And it's the safety of the people. So with that, Speaker, I reserve my time.
Speaker, I want somebody to answer my question.
That reserve your time at 49 seconds. Honorable Elmer BA, I'm going down and I'll come back. I have two more individuals and there was only a couple of questions, so that's the reason why I'm continuing on down the process. And then I'll come back to you, Honorable Elmer BA. In the queue that right now I have is Honorable Jamie Hino and Honorable Mark Freeland. So, Chairman Hino, go ahead.
Christina Kianos, Speaker Damon, and then Edison Winnicott for sponsoring this legislation, and then Shnata. This legislation is a long time coming, I believe, for the 2020 election. And it was debated, as I stated earlier. It was debated by the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors. They went round and round and finally came to a conclusion of foregoing the primary and having the Navajo Nation general election to still allow the people to vote for the leader of their choice. People are wanting change at the local level. Then at the same time with the chapter and the school board, and they have expressed that. So even now, they made this decision. The other obstacle, Mr. Morris, as the interim executive director, he was faced right in the middle of this fire to take over the helms of the election office. And he's done a good job so far, trying to get everything in order. But his biggest obstacle, if we still want to have a primary, as I've heard before, it doesn't have that administrative support from the controller's office. He needs to get the office and the also all the agency offices safe for the employees, buying plexiglass, buying PPEs and everything. And his obstacle is he's been trying to get the controller's office to work on getting him an RDP, trying to get him an operational P card, and everything else, but they're not helping him out. The controller's office is the biggest obstacle in this whole mix. And so he's stuck right now. He can't purchase anything. So even over here on our side, everybody thinks it's all easy. Let's do it. Let's have a primary to get. No. But then again, you have to understand from his administrative side that he runs into all these obstacles, and especially with the controller's office, trying to purchase supplies, and they won't. They are like, he can't do anything. His hands are tied. And he has all these good ideas. He wants to do this and that, but it comes to purchasing it. So, we need to move this forward and allow the people to vote for the leaders of their choice. We always talk about fundamental law, so let's allow the people to exercise their vote, but in a safe manner. But at the same time, let's issue a directive to the controller's office with this legislation. I reserve my time. Let me think about that directive. Reserve my time, Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. Thank you for your words, too. Reserve your time at 1 minute and 46 seconds. Honorable Freeland, where's yours?
Thank you, Speaker Lashinat. I appreciate this dialogue that we're having with this legislation. Shinata, we've been talking a lot about the health and safety and well-being of the Navajo people. In the back of my mind, I keep thinking of a second wave, and that continues to be disturbing because, listening to national reports, listening to what experts are saying, even what Dr. Fauci says, a second wave is going to happen in the fall. It's his prediction. And what's going to happen if we do have a second wave hit us? We're going to be all over in March and April again, in November and December. Then we're going to find ourselves in the same situation, scrambling for PPEs, shutting down, more curfews. Our lives are forever changed because of this COVID-19, Shantai. And we really need to consider that. The health and safety, well-being of our Navajo people, especially our elders, need to be considered. If we get hit with a second wave, we're going to put them in dire jeopardy. And I think we really need to consider that. And I'm going to talk to the Secretary of State of New Mexico. I'm going to ask them if they could actually look at doing that as well, because I'm really concerned about a second wave. And to me, that speaks volume. We're going to find ourselves in the same situation again, Shanata. And for me, that's a huge concern. And right now we can't even open entirely, and our lives cannot be normal. So with that, Shanata, I want to go ahead and put the rest of my time on reserve, and also say that because science is real, and I believe in that, and I would rather listen to the experts as well. I guess my questions to the election administration, 2 questions. Can you guarantee the safety and well-being of the Navajo voters? Can you guarantee the safety and well-being of the election administration staff or poll workers should a second wave hit us in the fall. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 2 minutes. And 45 seconds. I'm feeling. I'm going to go back to sponsor.
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown.
It's 2 minutes, you do so.
I messaged you
go back to
a couple of times.
I'm going to go back to the sponsor because, and then I'll come back to you a second way. Colleagues, I want to say something though real quick. The time now is 10:04 p.m. I have 8 staff here. Half of them are live more than an hour away from Winter Rock. So I really respect everyone's comments and everything and moving forward. But my number one thing is they've been here since 7 a.m. setting up, and just really take that into consideration. They're taking care of everything that we do. We can't do everything remotely. They have to be here in order to utilize the services and equipment that are on the campus in order for these meetings to happen. So just keep that in mind, colleagues. With that, I'm going back to the sponsor, legislation 0123-20.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Amber Crowdy asked a question about the position, maintaining the positions of the ballots. All the positions will be maintained. There's going to be none that's going to be taken off the ballot if the primary election is canceled, because the positions that the people are going to apply for is going to be advertised. And for the school boards, for the grazing members, for the chapter officials, and all the positions that's going to become available in the primary election, they're going to all be available. It doesn't mean that because the primary election is not going to be conducted, that doesn't mean some of those positions are going to be on the ballot. And also, as far as the plans, as far as no plans, the whole election code is already, it's like a plan of operations from the general election on back. The timeline is already put in place. So the only thing we used to apply for is the funding for that, because the timeline is already there. So we don't have to worry about it. And it was consistent with the Arizona elections, both the primary and the general. So that's how we did the elections. And as far as the counties and the state, we work closely with the counties, and we cross-train our poll officials, and we work closely with them. Not all the polling sites, because in the county, it's based on the number of voters in each precinct. But with ours, it's just one polling site. So sometimes, to give you an example, in St. Michael's, there's usually 3 polling sites for the county. But for the in St. Michael's, it's usually only the St. Michael's chapter for the chapter elections. That's the only time it's hard to work with the counties. But we still have an election at the chapter house with those that live in that area in the county jurisdiction. And I'll probably have Mr. Morris add more to that question from Amber Crowdy. And then as far as Elmer Brigade is concerned, complaints, he's saying that there's going to be a complaint. It's already part of the election process. Anybody has a right to file a complaint. There's a timeline that's put in place when they file for positions, when they get certified, there's a 10-day grace period that somebody can file a complaint as far as the person that filed. And so it goes through the whole process. So if there's any complaints, it goes to Office of Hearings and Appeals, and then if need be, it'll go to the Supreme Court. So as far as any complaints that will be filed, it's already part of the process. You probably remember when you ran for council, the last election, there was a complaint filed and you went through the process. So there's a process put in place. And then, let's see, Paul Begay, he just made some comments. I really appreciate your support, Paul, and also Honorable Halona. And I know that we really need to go ahead and have the elections because if we wait any longer, we're just going to end up having to probably cancel the general election also. As far as Mr. Yellowhair, there's no question we can still have the primary election. But the only thing is there has to be a new timeline put in place for the primary elections and then also a new date for the general election. But it's not going to be consistent with any of the county elections. We're just going to have election on our own. It used to be like that anyway. So there's no problem doing it that way. But it's going to cost a lot more money. And one of the reasons why we feel that just going ahead and canceling the primary election, as I stated during the Nabakiati meeting, 80% of the positions that's filed for in the primary is usually the same in the general election. What I mean by that is, let's say there's 100 positions, and 80 of the positions, there'll only be one or two candidates running for the positions. Only 20 of those positions, there will be 3 or 4. So only 20 of the positions need a primary election. For the last 4 elections, it's been like that. It's usually 85% of the primary election ballots is usually the same in the general election. And many times we talked about, why don't we just have the primary election where there's more than 2 candidates running so we can save money? We figured that some of the chapters we wouldn't even have an election because there's only 1 or 2 candidates running for those positions. Those are some of the reasons why, that we feel that this canceling the primary election is not going to be, as far as the people is concerned, they're aware of that. And I know there's a lot of people supporting to go ahead and, as far as canceling the primary election is concerned. Although Freeland, he said he has 2 questions. How can you guarantee the safety of the voters? I don't think you can really guarantee, but I agree with you. I need about it. I see Dick at the Begay to Hosni or Chombake to Nisa. Dona can legal. I need these second waves to learn how we're going to protect the people. Because I see Dick and the change that staff on the house. Ship a large and to take the lead and making sure that we are taking care of ourselves so that we can let the people know that our leadership is providing that example. And the same thing with how can we guarantee the poll officials will be safe. And I think that really lies with the election administration. And I think Jamie really provided the information on that. I think Mr. Morris is doing a really good job, and he's getting all the PPEs, and he's going to be submitting a budget So I think if we can do that, we'll be able to protect a lot of the people that's going to be coming to the polls. But that doesn't mean that we'll still follow through with it. Mr. Freeland, and he not that struggle. Would aim is to put your people in a situation. Of course, we can go to an alternative.
Thank you, Monica. Let me go back down the panel. Two players.
Eugene So.
Honorable Brown and then Eugene So. Honorable Brown.
Yeah. Thank you, Speaker. I know we're trying our best with all these technical difficulties. Sometimes I'm muted, or else I get cut off. We're really busy with in Western Agency with the fires out here. So we have major smoke that is coming into our communities. So I'm really worried about our people who are with asthma and also people who are. I was running around trying to get air quality tests set up at different chapters, meeting with Ms. Fowler and so forth. So, but I'm sorry, staff. My apologies that on my own behalf, but I hope that when I do speak, that I do speak to exactly what we're talking about. And I was told, you know, the powers in the vote. It's not really, you have to, I think we repeat ourselves a lot, Shananta, and I probably do the same also. But my apologies to the staff. My main point would be, well, some of my points, I did do a social media campaign on this, and what our people across the Navajo Nation that responded to me, which was overwhelming, was they said just mail-in ballot. They know and they don't feel safe. Just like I was telling everyone, it is scary being in this pandemic. I would never, probably never expose myself to go vote myself, just because everything we touch, we can possibly catch it. No matter how safe we are practicing. I would actually tell my family, my matriarch, not to go out and vote. Their voting is, I would rather save lives than having them stand in line. This is ridiculous. Speaker, put yourself on mute. Just kidding. Hey, Malin, what the overwhelming response from our people was to they were requesting for mail-in ballot. We're not near ready to open anywhere up. Even then, it's going to be cold, second wave. And then I think we are always thinking in very colonized thinking. Our blood quantum, the way we vote, everything. And I think let's go back to thinking in the traditional way. That's another food for thought. But I would say if we can just, to the election board and the administration, if we can just do mail-in ballots, I would really appreciate that. What will that look like? How much would that cost the nation? And how effective would that be? Because actually, I've been doing my mail-in ballots for a very long time, and I know that my votes have been counted, myself and my family. So I'm going paperless on everything, my bills. I do a lot of my payment online, and that's working for me, and I feel safe, so I don't have to be out there in the general public exposing myself. Even then, I keep getting a phone call from IHS telling me, "Oh, Delegate Brown, you were at the chapter house the other day when you did food delivery. Someone was positive there. You have to come back and get positive today. To get tested." because someone was positive. So today I went back to IHS, and that's something me, my team, and my family have to do, helping our people. But I believe when you're doing a good cause, I think that's worth it. But to be going out there and voting, and I think a lot of our relatives have told me, I will not let my parents go out there and vote and stand in line. Please, leadership, do mail-in voting. We would appreciate that, or electronic voting. So I think we have our work cut out for us, Nicole. If we can take care of our families, let's vote this green. I don't like the tone of when we are blaming the administration. We as leadership, if we look at us and today, what are we doing? We're going in circles. I appreciate everyone's voices, but let's listen to ourselves. I listen to myself. And I think today I try to not speak too much, because when you cover it, then I don't need to speak for it also. But I support this legislation. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Brown. Down on Eugene So.
Yeah, yeah, Edison do Harrison Cinco question the four here in the County in Osceola, the Kena also by innocent. Personally, I said in this case, the Napan this case, should all go a and so social place that not be part of class and hasn't lay. I said the high on there. It's age now has sometimes odd about this case. Kaza literally hotspot is right now. Arizona trying hit the bill like when they started opening it up everywhere. Even though they still try to stay safe, but look what happened. So a quite about this case only did the all on his need so much. Could all this disease because he don't care much about any legislation, state or federal or our own code. They don't really care about it. So I don't do that either. I don't know why we have to really try to explain ourselves how the laws are when we're looking at something that doesn't really care about the laws. Craig Day is not about some discourse. What I'm Nilan thought on about Sana's case. That's why when this 600 million pesos changes is unlaid there. It's not it all your all laws they be party. Hey, back on holiday, no. I thought that's not the vaccine for this COVID-19. That's the vaccine taken for it. What we have is something that's it's unexplainable where our family is the only you get more and more because the way I see things, but I need not but he had to really think about this COVID-19. It don't really have respect for any regulation. It's nothing it's just in that has need. It also it don't care about those kind of stuff. Should I go but even now we send already now in that it's not in so the RG the notion the don't need of even now I need or Edison I need the notion got the hard is we have to let our people know that this virus don't care much about it, like our regulations. We have to let them know that, so they can't rely on this and that. So every house, $3 they're my time.
That only, and so 1 minute, 46 seconds on reserve time. Colleagues, let me see. Going up in queue. Let me go back to sponsor, Monica.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. I really appreciate what Nathaniel Brown is saying. And when I was running the election administration, we tried to make it so that we were contemplating on maybe going all-mail voting. The reason why is because in San Juan County, Utah, they did an all-mail vote for one of the positions, and but Leonard Gorman, Human Rights Commission, went ahead and filed a complaint against that. But the thing about that is that the voter turnout was almost double. There were more people that voted, but the thing that his complaint was is that there was nobody to help the elders, nobody to sit there with him and tell them how to vote. And with me, when I think about that, our parents, some of our parents never went to school, but one of us kids are always there to help. That's one thing we don't look at. And we don't have to make it so that all mail vote, make it permanent. But during this time, it would have been good just to really concentrate on that and just get on the air and tell the people that your ballots going to be coming in the mail. Because we have pictorial ballots, it's easier for people just to vote for the people of their choice. And so, but the cost is going to be there as far as mail. But as far as poll system, we don't have to worry about that because it's going to be mailed out to the people. So I don't know as far as Rodriguez is concerned. I don't think there's enough time to do that because there's going to have to be additional amendments to the election code in order to get to that point. But I really appreciate what Nathaniel is saying in that respect. And then as far as Eugene is concerned, we probably have to take a different route again. So I'm hoping that you support this legislation, and let's do all we can to keep on planning the election, and unless something happens on the way.
That, colleagues, let me go back to, I don't have anybody else doing the queue. Let me go to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 2 minutes, 45 seconds.
I'll leave my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Give your time. On by Elmore Brigade, 3 minutes and 3 seconds.
Thank you for that again. And then I was going to say, wait out Mr. Dalgi Wanika, that your response. But the reason why I was asking that is that we know that there's going to be when that happens, there's going to be a lawsuit, that are we ready for that? That was my question. And the reason why I was asking how long it's going to take is, yeah, I know that the protocol to that is the 10 days, 10 days that you have to file the complaint. 1,000. After that, is there any staff that are working over there now? Or about if something happens in that office, how do you prepare to extend those cases? And then right now that we know that listening to judicial, all these, there's like in Delcon, all those hearings are just on hold. They don't know when. Like I said, they said that even a prosecutor can, and the police police can bring their citation until 3 more years from here. That's the way they're looking at. So in addition, we prepare for that. So you see this kid now, so even I have 2 resolutions that is supporting from Dalcon and TISO chapter to extend the voting until next year. There's going to be no I think that there's going to be what my brother Mark mentioned about the second wave. Because right now there's a lot of we know that people are recovering, and people that are recovered either more immune to that again. So I thought we have to put into consideration. It up on this case here in additional. So even there's 2 resolutions that are supporting to extend the voting until next year. My question will be, how many chapter resolutions that is supporting your resolution, and there's any resolution opposing your recommendation? That's my question. Clear my time.
That Honorable Elmer Gay, who has every time with 8 seconds. That is a question that I'm not too sure if Mr. Wanika knows, but we have to look at the comments too as well from Office of Legislative Services. The Office of Legislative Services might have something, but Honorable Wanika, you got anything? Response?
No, Speaker, I really don't have a response to that as far as if there's any resolutions or any support. But as far as the resolution to postpone the elections for a year, that if there's a complaint filed based on that, we just have to go through the process if that's filed. So those are some of the things that we have to do with when it becomes a complaint. Thank you. I can defer to Mr. Morris. I think he has some additional information.
Yes,
Morris, thank you, Mr.
If not,
yes,
staff too as well. If Lucero, I don't know if you guys in your team has any comment on the legislation, if there was any from chapters. Let me go to Mr. Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, as well as honorable members of council, and Mr. Wanika. Thank you for sitting here with us, even though I know that you're a little under the weather, but I wish you well, and thank you for being with us. And to answer Honorable Elmer Begay's question in regards to how we would go about handling a lawsuit, I currently have legal counsel for the Elections Administration, Benson Begay, online. He, along with Mr. Ron Haven, with the Office of Legislative Counsel, are the ones that would handle any issues that come up regarding any lawsuits. They just handled one just most recently that had gone up through the Supreme Court and everything. So I am confident in both Mr. Begay and Mr. Haven's assistance on any legal matters that come up. And in the past, there always has been issues when individuals look to file. There is a process as to how that's handled, and I am competent in our legal team in regards to any lawsuits that may arise. With regards to resolutions from chapters, not to my knowledge, I do not know of any specific chapters that have actually passed resolutions to support this legislation. However, I am aware of that there were six comments that were made during the 5-day comment period, wherein you have two support letters or support emails that actually support just going to the general election. And we have 4 support documents, including a resolution from a school board organization that basically supports postponing the election into next year. So with the 5 comments that have come, or the 6 comments that were tabulated as a part of the 5-day comment period, they all do, in a sense, support what we're trying to do, whether it be to just proceed to the general election or to postpone for the election for a year. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. That, Mr. Terrell, do you guys have on the comments? You guys have an answer?
Mr. Speaker, there are 3 comment reports issued for this legislation. The first one was on May 26, 2020. On that one, again, these comments are subjective to the reader. The comments for that one were 2 in favor and 4 opposing. The second report is dated June 10, and that was 1 opposing. The third report was on June 17, and that was 1 that was inconclusive. And so a lot of these people have to read it and kind of make a determination. It sounds like this because comments can be a little bit ambiguous. Rather than coming out and saying yes or no, people kind of tell a story and you kind of have to interpret it, and all that's subjective. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Terrell. That, I'm yellow hair. Hang on down. On reserve time. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Go ahead, on yellow hair.
Okay, now not only honorable when you welcome back home over here to your place. Don't little not sendo. Yate neatly. Neatly. I don't not only speaker door. 24 councilman. I don't is not finding other or then do that is not finding to get. See that Korea. Road on Nick John Kizoch. How they who will predict the weather November? It might be really cold. Very outlet by a Shibaja or Shirabajin Spa. Then on November is not this cause. A cause a very time. The core ARC COVID 19 ARC Kazibich on Yan. I could tell you Shibas team. And they are the primary area with the other 8 general election door. They got in November to because other 8 of next year I think primary other 8 general election door. So this card now. She gave it out Urban Task. Go evening now. Primary don't you can work 24 hours, 24/7 to catch up with your work. Then there's not one nation government has started over on TK solely. Allah ni over but they had no started to no. Oh, and should I respect his shipping na kid is no for the not nothing not on it all. Basically, a better husband. When the evening now, not it might be worse next year. If we are dying in this case. Of course, because it is allowed. I have a right to vote my judgment. It would die in his audition. I can't hear now. Ni tharon hananas di do art with netlo suda bias tin na hoda no na di do ya the no tapa no te na church na do asi ad the netlo chat it all hands on. I'm pretty sure the others are dashing to consummate no sin to nada. Asita to later. They are started out as that's not right neither. It also has been state of the state asking. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. I'll go back to mute now. Thank you.
Colleagues, please respect the individuals that are on the line. Respect every individuals that are speaking. Thank you, Honorable Yolanda. Reserve time at reserve time at 6 seconds. We all here. Now, moving on down, Honorable Hona, 49 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, sir. I didn't think about the second wave, and we're still in the first wave. I understand, and who knows, this first wave might last for another 2 months before they ever get it under control. The only sure thing that's going to keep us from having a good election is going to be if the vaccine is discovered tomorrow and everybody gets vaccinated. Then we won't have any trouble trying to debate on these things on how we're going to do to go forward. But I still think that we need to go ahead and move forward on this legislation. It's a no-brainer. We can't see in the future who has a crystal ball what this virus is going to do. So I just want to let everybody know that, we have to stay vigilant against this virus. We still have to figure out how we're going to go through the election when the day comes, how we're going to proceed, where we're going to have it at. So, Speaker, with that, I have Melvin Harrison on the line who would like to say a few words. Speaker.
Hands up. Well, thank you, Honorable Honor. Mr. Harris was asked if that was sponsor's agent, and we moved on from that. So seems like the sponsor only has one agent signed. That's Mr. Rodriguez. Moving on down, Honorable Pino. On reserve time, 1 minute and 46 seconds.
Speak again with my 1 minute and 49 seconds. I'll offer an amendment. My amendment has been emailed out to all the delegates, I hope. It's on page 4, line 20. Add new section as follows. Section 6, directives. It says the Office of the Controller and the Business Regulatory Department shall provide administrative support to the Navajo Nation Election Office for financial procurement of goods and services to ensure the 2020 election is held in a safe and orderly manner. And then 2, the renumber and re-letter succeeding paragraph. Reserve my time, Speaker.
Like to second that motion.
Alone, I second that motion.
That on Mojino. Reserve time at 1, 2 seconds. Potero, have you Has that been sent out?
Mr. Speaker, has been emailed. Mr. Speaker.
Oh, there it is. Colleagues, it's just been recently sent out. So, that Amendment 1. Is there a second?
Second by Helena.
Second by Helena. Comment questions on Amendment 1?
Speaker. So.
Also, go ahead. On Amendment 1.
Thank you very much. Amendment 1. Thank you very much. Yes, Alona's, Margenio's amendment is to get the programs to provide the administrative support on the election office for the financial procurement. You know, I believe that's something that our program should be able to do. And somewhere that is not the case. And we know that the elections have to happen. And we know we've got some answers, some reasoning why I guess the controller hasn't or someone hasn't helped them with the finances. And you know, I think we really have to send a directive and get the two programs to get in there to help with the election, because bottom line is they need help with financial resources, whether they need it's an operational P card or so forth. How can that happen? Could that happen? We know that the controller works at the pleasure of council. So is it time that we bring her in and say, hey, what are you doing? You have to help these things, and you are interfering with an election. But the election office needs some sort of financial support, and these programs should be working together. How do you find a way? Even though there's, you know, what's going on is it wasn't Mr. Rodriguez's fault. Patient Ibalange was already a mess as Mr. Rodriguez entered the controller's office. You know, the board that oversees the election office, I guess, I'm looking at it. They started to work on it until February. They should have been working on it since November or even October. At this support this amendment and waive my time. Keep moving. Thank you.
Yeah, about Amendment 1. I don't have anybody else in the queue. My comments, questions?
Call for the vote, Speaker.
I know somebody.
This is Delegate Cruddy.
Madam Chair Crowley, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for this directive. I do want to make a comment that I feel like this directive is placing blame on the Office of the Controller, when in fact Mr. Morris may have just asked for the Operation P card. He's been there, maybe 6 weeks? This still, delegates, sounds like more of a systemic issue with the Navajo election office. And I think I'm fine with passing this directive, but also as a member of Budget and Finance Committee, this issue has never been brought to the committee as oversight over budgets. And now thinking about HES and their role with elections, I can't recall a report either. And so I'll vote on it, but I also think that what we can request is then what's been asked. And usually we find out that it's the program, there's a delay, or the program has some issues in terms of getting that proper operation card so that we're in compliance with our accounting. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have anybody else in queue. One texting in, going once, going twice, going 3 times on Amendment 1. Bobby.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Begay votes red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
I'm sorry. What are we voting again? I'm trying to listen to a couple different stuff.
Honorable Brown, Agreement. We're voting on Amendment 1, sponsored by Chairman Henio.
Okay, go ahead. I'll vote in the next round.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Holona.
Delegate Holona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Holona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Delegate
votes
Slater,
green.
red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart
Smith
Jr.
votes red.
Yes, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green.
Red.
Oh, I'm sorry. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otoso.
Honorable Nate Green.
Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Charlene So. And Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, with the vote of 12 yeas and 8 nays.
That colleagues 12 in favor, 8 opposed. Speaker not voting. Amendment 1 carries. Back to the main motion. We have a new player, Honorable Otto So. Vote.
Yeah, thank you. The other component, I guess, will be coming soon relating to the funding to the election board or to fund the election. I really think we have to move on that. And then the other is that the updating of our election equipment and computer supplies and so forth. And I believe we need to get the program to start looking into those, and especially with the supplies, the technical. Is it time? Is it with the supplies? Could we use that for the computer equipment for utilizing some of the COVID dollars for the program at the administration level, so that they can update their election equipment and their computer hardware? So that is just a concern that I have, and I believe we have to start moving on this if this legislation passes. The other is that when are we going to draw the line if the nation decides that the second wave of COVID hits? When will we draw the line to postpone the general election, as many of the delegates talk about? You know, state that, second wave is going to hit and so forth. We know that, but when is that deadline that we're going to have, and we're going to draw the line in the sand? If that hits again, I think the same thing, that we might have to cancel the general election. And we might have to just do it till next year. That's just my thought, but right now I'm okay with this legislation. Wait my time. That's all.
A lot of sodas every time at 2 minutes and 56 seconds. That, anybody else? No new players. We go back to reserve time. Honorable Freeland, 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Rushman. Appreciate the dialogue again. Really just wanted to reemphasize the potential, and I don't have a crystal ball. We can't predict the future, yes, but I think what we went through with 0116, I think we need to start putting up our defenses, lining our defenses, really start preparing in case we do get hit with a second wave. It's better to be safe than sorry, Shananta. And that's where I'm coming from. And knowing that Honorable Halona mentioned a vaccine, we may not even see a vaccine until early next year. And to know and see and read and hear that, individuals can get infected a second time. That's the reality. A woman got infected for a second time out of Dallas. So this thing is no joke. And I really want to reemphasize the safety and well-being. That's my real premise of this whole idea of, waiting. I really am concerned about a second wave, Shanata. So, Speaker Shanata, it's getting late. Our staff has been on this since since early this morning. So, I'm getting a little exhausted myself mentally. But I just wanted to say that, and I'll reserve the rest of my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Reserve time at 1 minute and 17 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Eugene So, 1 minute and 46 seconds. Reserve time.
Let's go for it, see what happens. Straight up as the cases is, the only thing is the wave is going to come in again. Also, let's need all this. So then we can go to the second route. What about this case? So let's go for it and let's see what happens. And then, like I said, the COVID-19 don't care much about our laws. The Russian say that the legal court need. So we have to really let them understand. This is something that we can't understand. It happened in our ear. They need to the whole before, but this is something that's not a vaccine. Any regulation is not vaccine, no matter how we're going to describe it. So let's go for it. Short of all trade of this when it comes, and we're going to have to go to the next one.
Eugene, so that. Moving on down. Correct me if I'm wrong. Does Hummer Brigade have any more time? Can't read my chicken scratch. It's late in the hour.
0.
No, there's nothing more time. Nope, we used up this time. Sorry. Got my staff, my backup there. Put on down, Honorable Yellow Hair. You have 6 seconds.
Wait for time too.
Nothing. Put on down. Honorable So 2 minutes and 56 seconds.
Wait my time.
Lose time. No new players, nobody.
Speaker David,
time. Honorable Hino, 1 minute, 2 seconds.
Speaker David, Situla, Ada Kulanaisi, Twanigi, Shinanta, 24th Navajo Nation Council, those are still listening in. People say, meaning that I have a lot of faith in Mr. Rodriguez or it's Mr. Morris with the interim election director for the election office. They have the people's safety in mind when it comes to 2020 election. And with this and the support and the funding, they will make this a safe election. When it comes to funding the 2020 election, 2021 Sakalagi, because an election, it takes an average about $400,000. So let's work towards that in the 2021 budget. So with that, let's move forward with this vote. And there are people that are wanting to change leadership at the local level, either the chapter or the school board. If I'm out of time, Speaker, thank you for it.
Okay, that.
Speaker,
Nobody else.
Vice Chair. Speaker, Vice
We'll
Chair.
go back to Honorable Mark Freeland, and I'll go to you.
Speaker, Vice Chair.
Honorable Vice Chair, I recognize you, but I'm going to Honorable Freeland first. I'm doing reserve time. 1 minute and 17 seconds. Honorable Freeland.
I'll waive the rest of my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Hey, with that, new player, Vice Chair Smith.
Oh. Yeah, Jay.
Whoa.
Arnold. Good evening. Yeah, the night kid. On the main motion.
Speaker, can somebody mute their phone? I can hear echo.
Thank you. My question is on the main motion. There was an amendment that was passed. And with that amendment, the election is still going to continue November 3rd with the main motion. I guess that goes to the election board supervisors. If we do pass this accordingly to the legislation sponsored by Honorable Halona and Honorable Wanika Ashwata with no primary. That's my question, and I reserve my time.
Speaker, this is a Doug Yeller. I had a point of order.
Honorable Yell here, point of order.
I had a question. The latest vote that we had, is my vote counted? The one that 12 to 8. I just want to double check.
Vice Chair Smith, there's a question from your colleague, Honorable here. Let me staff on Amendment 1 on legislation 0123-20. Is there a vote from Honorable Yellow Hair?
Mr. Speaker, no.
I vote red on that one because I noticed that was not counted.
Honorable Yellow Hair. I'm not going to call for a recall for another new vote because we have had numerous different actions since then. So I will have Ms. Barbara contact you in the morning and what we can do to see about changing that vote.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Point of privilege, Honorable Chairman Henio.
I did clearly hear Delegate Yellow Hair say red, so you have a witness.
Okay, so all right, we'll make sure to get you on the witness panel.
Thank you. I think everybody does. My other colleagues.
But put me in the witness protection plan after that.
Okay, thank you.
That, Vice Chair Smith, let me go back to on reserve time. What was his reserve time? 3 minutes, 51 seconds. Let me go back to the sponsor. Wanika, Vice Chair Smith has a question.
Yes, Vice Chair Smith, the election will go on without the primary election. It'll be just the general election on November 3rd, without a national election, and that's what you were questioning.
Okay, with that, no new players. Go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes, 51 seconds.
Question Speaker, thank you. It's very important that we do have an election for our local communities. People are waiting to elect their leaders. Understand the primary is not going to be inclusive, but a lot of folks are saying primary, but according to Nabikiyat, we got the time is of the essence. So I guess we'll have to explain that, and I hope that the election office will be able to explain that to the chapters. Primary, it'll be got the we don't have enough time, and I'm hoping that that will be expressed out there so people won't be saying primary. So they understand what is going on with the election. So we need to vote on this and get this moving. We were like about a month earlier. Primary people, primary. We need to vote on this legislation. So Holona for this legislation, though, the agenda election office. I just want to get this information out as soon as possible, as soon as this legislation is passed, and that way the people will know that there is going to be election and that there's no primary. That's my, I don't want to say directive, but I just want to just make sure that happens. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Smith. That I don't have anybody else in the queue. No more reserve time. Going once, going twice. Speaker. Chair Walker, go ahead.
Yes, Speaker. Thank you. Council members, just make a comment here. Earlier, someone said that they did not have a crystal ball to use to predict the future. But the next best thing is to listen to the advice of medical professionals during health emergency times, public health emergency. Medical professionals, that's when you listen to their advice and seek their guidance in public policies, implementing public policies, making public policies. We're speculating in some areas, like Queensland, well, we're making decisions that will affect our Navajo people out there. Because we're doing this during pandemic. Again, زين آج إدو ديدي تمجيدها آهو ياد إهدو آدو أو شاشن هلو آدو لبان سيكي سبا يلكي زين لها إن لهوت إدو لشنا عليك خاردتي ياد إهدو دولي ياد إهدو لهوت لشكودا أولا دي وتهوني شكو يخدو لهجي آد آن كده يقوى دهويت جنة هلوتي جنة إيه باكون سندو خاصيدو إيش what I wanted to make that statement this evening to suggest that the council and Navajo leaders need to listen to the medical professionals, need to listen to the scientific and medical community in making some of these policy decisions. Although that's the council not receiving updates, I know that the agency chapter updates, you know, they take place every week, certain days for each agency. I know that the IHS is on call, NDOH or the health command centers provide updates, but the council didn't have tangi kwalai si gishna dot algida tanadok. The question the more is le chinan ako it adult ego a khanda khale the but anha pan si ke so pan takwit. We're doing our very best to make these public policy decisions, financial decisions during this pandemic for the Navajo people. Because we've never been in a pandemic, much less a serious pandemic, a serious pandemic. Because organization in the Sato Titi Daisy Kito Hot and Kishnigula, Ohnet Zana, Edo Tagoy Hathashi. Edo shot native kid of the Jeda Ahda, that is the short echo. It debate this Nanda, Auto-Nation, instead of case of the Nana, Ado, and Zero had enough nation and the hot at the Tawini Neko, that cushion change kitten, the hotel, the 8 and that, and about it, that it could you know that the could indeed and so speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Walker. There's other comments, questions. No one queue. Nobody with reserve time on 0123-20 with one amendment. Going once. Oh. Going twice. Going 3 times. Second reading, Mr. Patero. Or Mr. Rico.
Mr. Speaker, there's one amendment. Amendment 1, page 4, line 20, add new sections as follows. Section 6, Directive A, the Office of the Controller and Business Regulatory Department shall provide administrative support to the Navajo Nation Election Office for financial procurement of goods and services to ensure the 2020 election is held in a safe and orderly manner. 2, renumber letter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
That, Bobby. We have a motion in the second, 0123-20. Let's go to the board. Roll call, colleagues.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote red.
Is it red or green? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen B. Gay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen B. Gay Jr. votes red.
Honorable Key Allen B. Gay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul B. Gay.
Delegate Paul B. Gay votes green.
Honorable Paul B. Gay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canis-Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hino.
Hino votes green.
Honorable Jamie Hino votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond.
Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otoso.
Green.
Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Speaker, with the vote of 15 yeas and 6 nays.
Thank you, Bobby. With that, 15 in favor, 6 opposed. Speaker not voting on legislation 0123-20 with one amendment. Motion carried. That moving on down. Item number F on the consent agenda. Legislation 0286-19.
Speaker, Daniel So.
Second by Chair Hino.
Hello?
What's the proposition? Hello?
Bueller.
Sorry, colleagues, I got kicked off. Moving on down on the consent agenda now. Legislation 02.
Speaker, did Honorable So do a motion, or was he trying to ask us?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that. I got kicked off. Honorable So.
Daniel
So.
Oh, sorry. Chairman Daniel So, go ahead.
Before we go on to the consent agenda, I was going to ask for indulgence of the council to suspend the floor rules so that we can act on an emergency legislation. And the emergency legislation relates to overriding the president's veto on where the council had passed the legislation to basically CAP 2620, an action relating to the emergency for the Navajo Nation, approving Diné College and Navajo Technical College to conduct meetings through telecommunications methods, approving a waiver of provisions requiring a physical presence at the Board of Regents meetings. So that is the action that I want to add. The number of that legislation, and the council has already seen or been emailed that particular one. It's legislation 0137-20. I'd like to suspend the floor rules to add it to the agenda. That would be my motion. We all talk about keeping people safe, and this particular item, because it hasn't been overridden, these Board of Regents have had to meet in person. And that is a very disheartening method for a highly educated Board of Regents. And we're risking lots of educational leadership to try to make them meet in person. That's the reason this legislation was drafted. And I appreciate your positive vote to add it to the agenda. And that would be my motion.
Thank you. Chairman Daniel, so motion to suspend the floor rules. Before I make that motion to suspend the floor rules, colleagues, please note that the time now is 11:26 by our time. If we do not complete the whole Navajo Nation Council session by 11:59, whatever legislation that we're on will not be enacted on. So just keep that in mind, colleagues. Motion to suspend the floor rules on adding Chairman Daniel So 0137-20 as an action related to an emergency of the Navajo Nation, overriding Navajo Nation President's veto of the Navajo Nation Council Resolution CAP-26-20. This legislation on May 2nd, 2020, the Navajo Nation President vetoed the Navajo Nation approved Council Resolution CAP-26-20, an action related to an emergency of the Navajo Nation approving Diné College and Navajo Technical University to conduct meetings through telecommunication methods, approving a waiver of provisions requiring a physical presence of the board and regents meetings. The purpose of the legislation is to override Navajo Nation President's veto resolution CAP-26-20. With that, colleagues, this motion is suspend the floor rules because it's after the agenda was adopted. Per the council rules of order, does need 2/3 vote or 16 votes in order to get it across. Chairman So, the motion, is there a second? One. Twice.
I'll take second yellow here.
Genius second.
Hello, yellow hair. Yellow hair. Second. Comments, questions on the motion, colleagues?
Question of privilege.
Question of privilege.
Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith.
Since we did this, can we just put it under the consent form? With the other ones, 286-19-119-20.
Let me refer to Legislative Council on that.
Thank you, Speaker. Because this is a emergency legislation, it has not gone through the 5-day comment period, not be added onto the consent agenda. Thank you.
Question of privilege. Delegate recognized.
Question of privilege. Chairman Nez, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon and Honorable members of the 24th Council. I just have a question for Barbara. I have a question.
Speaker, does anybody else hear the echoing?
I just have a question. My question is, how is legislation an emergency? Thank you.
Chairman, so hold on, we can't hear you. There is a huge echo in the background. Byron, Chief, can you mute everybody? This is not muted. Okay, go ahead. Chairman Nez, go ahead.
Thank you. Chief Legislative Counsel. How is this legislation any? Thank you.
Ms. Barbara, did you hear Chairman Nez's question? Ms. Barbara, are you there? Office Legislative Council.
Your call is dialed. Please check the number and dial again. Or ask your operator for assistance. I'm sorry, we're unable to complete your call as dialed. Please check the number.
Speaker. Chief, can you text Ms. Barbara, see if they lost connection? Let's see if she can jump back on. Someone said speaker.
I want to make sure we're still on the call. Thank you.
Okay, great. Maybe Chairman Daniel still has some insight on that, on the question. Well, Chairman is. Let me see if Chairman Daniel so.
Speaker Damon, I have a question of Chief Legislative Counsel.
Okay, thank you. Let me go on. I'll come back to Chairman Nez. Is there any other comments, questions?
Speaker, this is Legislative Council. I got kicked off. I'm back.
All right, great. There was a question from Chairman Nez. Did you hear this question?
No, Speaker, I didn't.
Maybe Chairman Nez, you want to reiterate your question?
Thank you. Ms. Barbara, how is this legislation an emergency legislation? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. I think the question of why it's an emergency, that should be directed to the sponsor. The sponsor requested it as an emergency, and I do believe you can explain why it's necessary. Thank you.
With that, Chairman Nez, did you want a further clarification with the sponsors?
Okay. Is DOJ on the line? Correct. Question. I'm requesting a legal interpretation of what legislation is. I want to know if this legislation is any legislation. Thank you.
The Department of Justice online? Seems like DOJ not with us this evening, Chairman Nez.
Honorable Speaker Damon, this is getting Nez again here. I just needed a legal expert to answer.
Okay, well, let me ask this question of Navajo Nation Legislative Council Office, Ms. Barbara. In order for the legislation, emergency legislation, as you indicated,
Mr. Speaker,
comes from the sponsor, but it is indicated though that it per the code that Navajo Nation Council delegate can sponsor legislation, and at that time when the council acts on the legislation, that's when they consider it to be an emergency or not.
That is correct, Speaker. And the Navajo Nation Code identifies, this is entitled to, that emergency legislations are for matters constituting an emergency shall be limited to the cessation of law enforcement services and disaster relief services, fire protection services, or other direct services required as an entitlement under Navajo Nation or federal law, or which directly threaten the sovereignty of the Navajo Nation. Such an emergency must arise due to the pressing need for such resolution and must be a matter requiring final action by the council. As I believe Chairman Stowe explained, is that the board is not able to meet in person because of the pandemic. So they need the ability to continue to meet by telecommunication matters to take action that affects student education. And students are entitled under federal law and Navajo Nation law to education.
Colleagues, can you please mute your phones?
Speaker.
Honorable Chairman Nez, in the past, working with not only in the last council, also within this council, when the emergency legislation and that what Ms. Barboff has specifically stated, it's up to the council to decide if this is or is not an emergency legislation. And usually at this vote, when you want to add it onto the agenda, if you don't think it's an emergency, you would vote no. If you do think that it's an emergency, then you would vote yes. And that's the way it was portrayed in the past to see, because it's up to the Navajo Nation Council to decide if the legislation is an emergency or not. Chairman Daniel, so.
Yes, thank you for the question, Speaker and Chairman Nez. The original legislation was an emergency legislation. The title started as an action related to the emergency. So we voted on it as an emergency item, and it was vetoed. So that's how come the legislation is drafted to be an emergency again, because the council had already voted on CAP 2620 as an emergency action. So in that regard, I'm not trying to blow the wool over anybody's eyes. It's just the matter that we already had said it's an emergency in the previous action. So that's how come this particular legislation is also titled to be an emergency. With that, that would be my response to the question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Moving on down.
I'm going to hang out. Point privilege, Speaker.
Yes. Eugenio.
Eugenio. You know what? This is 11:40 something here. We only have a few minutes before we lose. Before the glass slip returns back into a pumpkin. We need to move on to other legislation. Let's vote.
With that, there's a motion by Chairman So, second by Honorable Eugenio, to add legislation 0117-20 onto the agenda. Any more comments, questions? It's not. Going once, twice, 3 times. Let's go. Roll call vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knazba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knazbar-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knazbar-Crotty votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hinyo.
India votes green.
Honorable Jamie Hinyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Nez green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otoso. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Otoso. Honorable Charlene So. Mr. Speaker, with a vote of 20 yeas and 0 nays.
That 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Suspend the floor rules to add that on to the agenda.
Midnight somewhere.
Colleagues, we have exactly 13 minutes to act on legislations. Moving on down, consent agenda on legislation 0286-19 and legislation 0119-20. Is there actually, Mr. Patera, could you read into the record?
Mr. Speaker, you probably should address 123-20 first because that requires a 2/3 vote, and the consent is not a 2/3 vote.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I didn't know. I should have known. Sorry, it's late, colleagues. It's an override legislation, so that's the.
Speaker,
move on.
Daniel So, when we were adopting the agenda, I asked that particular question, 0123, and the answer from Legislative Council was it only needed a majority vote.
Oh, we already acted on 0123-20. The recommendation was for your legislation that you added on the 2/3 vote. It's overriding legislation. So with that, moving on down, thank you, Mr. Patera, for recommending that because that is a 2/3 vote. 0137-20 is an emergency legislation. Overriding legislation. That Ms. Padero,
Okay,
could you
Chair,
read that into the
Speaker,
record?
if I'm in order, I'll motion to adjourn. This is Delegate Brown.
Second. That, recognizing the motion, motion to adjourn
Come on, we have a consent agenda.
by Honorable
Just stop playing
Honorable
politics.
Brown.
Don't be long-winded in everything that you talk about, please, colleagues. We do that. We do
Honorable
that.
Brown.
Stop it.
Honorable Brown. Colleagues, please recognize you. I'm recognizing Honorable Brown's motion to adjourn. Is there a second? When what? Oh, second. Who's this? Buck Savage. Edmund. Chairman Yazzie. Second. On the agenda. Colleagues, any questions, comments? Motion to adjourn. One, twice, 3 times. On the horn.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote.
Red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knasba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kenneth votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knasba Crotty votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Red. We got 9 minutes left.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Red. Move on.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Hino.
Red. Let's move on.
Honorable Jamie Hino votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James, red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otoso. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Red.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellow.
Delegate So votes red.
Honorable Otoso votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Green.
I vote red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Speaker, with the vote of 5 yeas, 16 nays.
Colleagues, 5 in favor, 16 opposed. Speaker not voting. That motion fails. Went on down with section 4 rules 0137-20. Botero, if you can read into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, tracking number 0137-20, an action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation, overriding the Navajo Nation President's veto of Navajo Nation Council Resolution CAP-26-20, be it enacted Section 1 Authority. A, all resolutions enacting new law or amending existing laws are subject to veto by the President of the Navajo Nation pursuant to 2 NC Section 105 C10 and 11, and override by the Navajo Nation Council. 2 NNC Section 164A17. B, the Navajo Nation Code provides matters constituting an emergency shall be limited to the cessation of law enforcement services and disaster relief services, fire protection services, or other direct services required as an entitlement under Navajo Nation or federal law, or which directly threaten the sovereignty of the Navajo Nation. Such an emergency matter shall arise due to the pressing public need for such resolutions and must be a matter requiring final action by the Council. 2 NC Section 164A16. C, this resolution is offered as an emergency due to the critical need to stop the spread of the novel coronavirus COVID-19 within the Navajo Nation. The Navajo Nation has taken strong proactive measures to reduce the spread of COVID-19, including issuing stay-at-home orders as well as implementing evening and weekend curfews. Holding meetings through telecommunication methods are another way to prevent further COVID-19 infections within the Navajo Nation. As a sovereign nation, the Navajo Nation possesses the inherent authority to determine how best to preserve the health and safety of its members. The continued spread of COVID-19 is a serious threat to the sovereignty of the Navajo Nation. The legislation passed by the Navajo Nation Council, which is vetoed by the Navajo Nation President, is subject to an override of the veto by 2/3 vote of the membership of the Navajo Nation Council. 2 NC Section 1005C11, Section 2 findings. A, the Navajo Nation approved Council Resolution CAP-26-20, an action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation approving Tenay College and Navajo Technical University to conduct meetings through telecommunication methods, approving a waiver of provisions requiring a physical presence at Board of Regents meetings. Attached is Exhibit A. B, the Navajo Nation President vetoed CAP-26-20 on May 2nd, 2020, and provided a memorandum attached as Exhibit B to support his decision to veto the Council resolution. Section 4, override. The Navajo Nation Council hereby overrides the Navajo Nation President's veto of Resolution CAP-26-20. Mr. Speaker, this is final authority. There are no amendments.
That is a motion.
Motion.
Motion by Chairman Hino, second.
Second by Walker.
Thomas Walker with that. Colleagues, overriding legislation on 0137-2, just that. Go to board.
Almer Begay.
Roll call vote, Bobby.
Vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate K. Allen Begay Jr. votes red.
Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Holona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Holona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otoso.
Green.
Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Nathaniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Votes red.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
It's red. Green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Onika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Onika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green through text. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Speaker with a vote of 18 nays and 18 yeas and 3 nays.
Speaker, 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock.
That 18 in favor, 3 opposed, 1 speaker not voting. Motion carries. That, colleagues, the time now is 12 o'clock. I don't need a motion.
Motion adjourned. Motion adjourned.
I don't need a motion. There's no motion. That, colleagues, thank you. We'll look to legislation 0286-19 and 011-20. Continue to move that on to the next Navajo Nation Council session.
What's Honorable Daniel
at 12, just for the record, at 12 o'clock, for the record, Navajo Nation Council had to adjourn automatically due to the fact that we had a petition specifically for today only, and time now has run out. So, thank you, everyone, for being part of the discussion today.
Good work, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening.
That was fun.
Good
When you guys want to do that again? You should totally do that again.
Who said that?
Staff.
Good night, John Boy.
Staff, thank you much for staying there.
Okay.
You should have said you.
Thank you, Speaker David. Thank you, Tom. We are going to be ending this conference call. If you could just please be sure that you mute your phone if you have conversations. Sorry.
Hello? Arturo. Luego.